Okay, I'm here. Hello. Everything is going well. You know, it just occurred to me that's like the way I said it like that. It's like Airi, is everything all right? It is. It's just I'm just like, because couple things to announce. One of which involves how long this stream's gonna be. But first thing I will address, and I want to get right into it, is you might be wondering, like, Airi, I thought you said you were going to be doing this stream on the 30th of March. What happened? And how shall I explain this? Well, as many of you know, I live in the South, and that often leads to severe weather around this time of year when it's spring. And trust me, this past month, we've gotten, like, I've had to deal with it for like 4 times. like every week, it's like there's something going on. So this weekend, you know, so on Sunday, it turns out like, oh, there's gonna be some crazy storms happening. Which, you know, I don't want to deal with it. So so it's like, and I didn't know about this until like I was literally checking like a few days ago, and I was like, oh crap. So I decided that I was gonna move the stream from Sunday to Friday. I originally thought it was gonna be Saturday. I mean, granted, I was leaning more towards tonight anyway, but there was a part of me that thought of Saturday. But then something happened yesterday. I saw that like there's something going on Saturday night that I'm like, oh, I don't want to miss that. So I just decided that it's gonna be Friday regardless. If you know, you know. Like, you just gotta think of who I am and what I've talked about before. But, yeah, so don't worry. Nothing bad happened that caused this stream to be moved earlier. It's just I don't want to risk, you know, I'm afraid to say it because I always have that feeling that like if I say it, I'm gonna jinx it somehow. But you know what I didn't want to risk you know what happening on Sunday stream due to the weather. So yeah, there's that. And secondly, here's the thing. Because this stream is pretty last minute, honestly, because again, you know, I would have put out an announcement if you know, earlier, you know, outside of like a couple days. But the thing is that I'm putting a limit on tonight's stream, meaning that this stream is not going to be super long. And the limit I'm giving myself is 3 in the morning. It is currently 9:09 p.m. So that means we have less than 6 hours for this stream. I want to end it around 3 o'clock-ish. So that means we have to get as much of Katawa Shoujo done tonight before then. Because, obviously, because I keep telling myself, like, you know, because obviously, you know, the last couple streams I've been saying, like, you know, oh, we're gonna make it to, like, the end of Act 2. Didn't get to do that. End of Act 3. Didn't get to do that. At the very least, I can say that I am probably halfway through Act 3. And we'll probably get started on Act 4 tonight. Sorry. But yeah, so so yeah. 3 o'clock is gonna be 3 in the morning is gonna be my limit. So in less than 6 hours. And that does mean we are gonna be taking a break around the 2.5 hour mark-ish. Depends on how close we get. So I'm gonna be limiting how much time I spend on this, meaning the preamble, and then we're gonna be limiting how much time we spend in the break as well. Because again, I want to get as much of this route done, because clearly this route is wearing me out. So yeah, we have I don't want to say a tight schedule, but we do have a schedule to keep to. So that's the plan for tonight. But I guess before then, I guess a quick, not update, but like, I wish there was a word for it, but like, you know, how has everybody been doing? I know it's been a month since we last saw each other. Not much has happened, honestly. Hey, I will say this, I didn't get sick. I did not get sick. Thank God for that. Considering my luck last time, oh my god. Considering my luck last time, oh thank god. It's like, can you imagine getting sick for like a third time in this beginning year? It's like, damn. Can't get lucky at all. Okay. Alright, I'm just trying to think of what else I absolutely have to talk about before we get started, so... I don't think there is anything, so let me just give a quick glance over at Twitter, make sure nothing is happening, because God knows I tend to have, like, horrid timing when it comes to that. Jesus. Alright. We'll see you later, Firefox, when it's time for our break in 2.5 hours. So, there we go. And my PC is struggling right now. That's great. Okay. Like, I don't know if you can hear it, but this sounds like it is... Why is it overheating so much? Jesus. Is it... Like, I don't know if it's audible, but like... but it's like... You can just hear it. Oh, but, anyway. So, what happened last time on Katawa Shoujo is that we continued on with Shizune's route. We did officially become an item with her at the end of her Act 2. And that was actually a pretty nice scene. We went to her house. We met her family, her father and her brother. You know, her autistic brother. That is so loud. But yeah, we met her autistic brothers. Oh god, I'm being anal about the timing. Timing? The, precision here. Oh my god, I cannot tell if my eyes are fucking with me right now. Like, I'm looking over at OBS, right? You know, just so I can see what's going on. And I swear the little green square at the bottom right corner is flashing yellow, but yet nothing else is happening. Anyway. But yeah, so we met her autistic brother, and we met her jerk-ass dad, who's a little ableist, not gonna lie, and somehow thinks that, like, Hisao was a delinquent, despite the fact that Hisao showed up to the meeting with him wearing a sweater vest. Wearing a fucking sweater vest, of all things. It's like, what about that screams delinquent to you? And it's even more hypocritical coming from him when it's like he is wearing a Hawaiian shirt with like the most exaggerated mullet I had ever fucking seen and a katana on his hip. Like, this motherfucker looks like a Yakuza-esque bitch. And yet he's the one giving us shit because we wear a sweater vest. But anyway, that happened. We also had some sexy times, which, you know, I had a debate with myself on whether or not, it's like, is it okay to, like, you know, show it? Because there was nothing explicit showing. Like, there was no, like, sexual organ showing or, like, titty flashes or anything. It was just, but you could clearly tell what was going on. And I was like, better safe than sorry. But, however, we did learn that Shizune and Misha are apparently are kind of having a little bit of something between them. I mean, granted, we don't know what yet, because it's like, is it possible they had a fight? Who knows? But at the very least, we know something is going on, because apparently they haven't been talking as much to each other lately, which, all before now, they're joined at the hip. So yeah. But yeah, so I think if I remember right, like, we have to be halfway through Act 3, at least. Because I know Act 4, like, has some scenes. Like, look at all the scenes here for Act 3. Oh, now I remember why we had to say no last time. It's because of this. So, yeah. Oh, God. Okay. Thankfully, I have my water, so... Thankfully, I have my water. So, hopefully, what am I doing? There we go. Hopefully, this is not going to be too much of a pain in the ass. Did I turn this down already? I did not. Okay, let's try that. Alright. The next day, I walk up to my usual vending machine at lunch, only to find that it's out of my favorite drink. Secreted so far away from most of the classrooms, between a storeroom and the library, it's like no one knew about it. I'd expected a vending machine so close to the library to be booming with customers. But then again, the library is empty most of the time, and anyone who goes there is only doing it to look for stuff to pad a paper with. No one stays there longer than they absolutely have to. For the past month, it's been working out in my favor, but the trade-off with the vending machine no one knows about is that it's never restocked. Settling for a can of orange soda, I decide on drinking it here instead of waiting until I get to the cafeteria, when the library door opens next to me. Ah! I've been looking for you! Yuko seems to be acting a lot more assertive than usual today, although it isn't enough to keep her from going back to mumbling immediately afterwards. Return your books, please. I mean, the library's books. The books you checked out are really overdue. Some of them are on waiting lists. Oops. I forgot. I keep checking out new ones and forget the return... Okay, that's a typo. And forget to return the old ones. That happens to me all the time at the university library. It's so embarrassing. Do they send someone to try and get you to bring them back? No. The university library is bigger. They don't notice if I happen to borrow something longer than normal. It's convenient because their policy on keeping the books too long is really strict. Stricter than here. I like how, despite what she said, Yuko has no problem with borrowing books for longer than she's supposed to anyway. It makes her being so on top of my own lateness a little hypocritical. It takes a thief, I guess. Catching on to the meaning of her words around the same time I do, Yuko clams up and starts backpedaling furiously. That's different from this situation. It's totally different. Yuko stares at her nails for a second as if she really wants to bite them, but is too self-conscious to do so. For instance, how long it's been. You checked out some of these books months ago, Hisao. Sorry. It's just that other people want to read them too. If you're a slow reader, that's okay though. No, it's a total screw-up on my part. To be honest, I haven't even read some of them. I shouldn't keep taking out books when I have a backlog. That's not good. Yeah, it really isn't. Now I'm starting to copy her habit of trailing off quietly. Her awkwardness is very contagious for some reason. That said, I'm surprised. Yuko seems almost normal today, although every now and then her waitressing nervous tics keep popping back up. Come to think of it, she didn't act this way when I first met her. She was a little clumsy and neurotic, but it wasn't anywhere near this severe until Shizune Misha and I ran into her at the Shanghai. It could be that Yuko has a complex about having kids from the school seeing her waitressing. I guess it was a little odd for her to pick the closest cafe to the school to work in, and then... In that case, maybe the place having so few customers could be considered a lucky break. Well, I get it. I'll return them right after school. As soon as possible, please. Wait, can I ask you for one more thing? Sure, what is it? I have to go for a while, but I can't just leave the library empty. Sorry, but can I ask you to watch it while I'm gone? Just for a little bit. I'll be right back as soon as possible. You're in the student council, so I'm sure if you did it would be okay. Alright, I'll do it. Don't worry about... Thank you! Yuko quickly slides forward as if she's so grateful she's about to give me a hug, but she stops 2 centimeters into it, which ultimately just makes the gesture look extremely confusing. I'm also surprised that she can control her momentum so well, since she seems kind of clumsy. Before I can say as much as, "You're welcome," she's already dashing off with the urgency of someone late to an appointment. That could be the case, but I wouldn't feel safe assuming so. It's Yuko, and she seems like the kind of person to treat everything that way. You know, something I need to work on at some point is my enunciation. So, oh god, okay. Something I need to work on more is my enunciation. I feel like it's because I read so fast that, like, I don't know. You know what? But you get what I mean. Is I feel like it's because I read so fast that, like, I'm not sounding out the words, like, as much as I should. I don't know. Something to consider. Now that I'm in the library, I feel a bit silly. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do. Should I sit down like I normally would and read? It probably would do, but wouldn't meet Yuko's high standards. Maybe I should sit at the librarian's desk and give anyone who comes in a stern and analytical glare. I use Shizune's as a starting point, and practice it a couple times in the mirrored surface of a pen. I think it looks pretty good. Frustratingly, no one comes in, so I give up on the idea quickly, and decide to just go looking for Hanako instead. It's deserted. I think I see someone, but the second I blink, whoever it is gone. As soon as I return to Yuko's desk and crack open an interesting-looking book, a familiar person swings in front of me like a falling pendulum. Already, you can just feel, like, any hope of, like, a good reading time just evaporate. Okay. It's been a month. I gotta get back into the swing of things.
Yo, librarian, I've been looking for you for like 10 minutes. What? It's you? Man, you must really get around, or the student council makes you get around. Those bitches! How could they?
Come on, Airi, we're on a schedule. We can't do breaks like this.
Slave drivers!
He must be exaggerating, because it took me 30 seconds just to do a slow walk around the whole place. The thought is overridden by my surprise to see him. Where did you come from? What are you doing here?
What, can't a guy go to the library now? I can't even go to the library without some young buck like you giving me the 3rd degree over it.
Young buck. Okay.
I see some girl coming in here all the time, but no one ever asks her what she's doing here. Is it because she reads and I don't?
He must be talking about Hanako. Although I suppose they both avoid people, I want to tell him that reading is what you usually do in a library. So if he's not reading, whatever he's doing is bound to make him look way more suspicious than her. In the end, though, I'm too surprised by him practically appearing out of thin air. That doesn't tell me what you're doing here.
I'm here because of you.
His response makes me feel confused. Maybe I fell asleep and this is all just some weird dream, and this Kenji isn't real, but really my subconscious. Is he going to start giving me deep but vaguely worded advice now?
Because of you, I got chased out of my dorm by feminists. Now I wander this library like a soldier without a country or a ghost. I should haunt you for ruining things for me.
It's a shame. It would have been an interesting dream, but it seems like this is the real deal.
Yeah, you had to start working with women, and that brought them to my door. You remember that? You should, since you were there. After that day, I knew they were on to me. I should have trusted my instincts, but I was young and stupid.
That wasn't even a week ago.
Then my dad called and said one of my letters hadn't been delivered. The post office couldn't have lost it, so it must have been intercepted. Information warfare! That's when I knew my secret hideout was compromised. Now I'm on the run, like a fugitive. It's code red.
Dorm rooms aren't secret. They put your name and number on a board right in the doorway.
I know, I saw that! They're diabolical. Why not just put up a big Wild West wanted poster if they're gonna be like that? Wanted, dead or alive! Probably alive so they can clone me or turn me into a grasshopper.
Jumping without warning into the empty chair opposite me, Kenji takes out a cigarette and starts spinning it between his fingers. I've never seen him smoking before, so it must be for effect. I also don't think it's legal to smoke indoors, least of all in the library or school.
I can't even live where I want to anymore. This is where it all begins. The tactical brilliance. I mean, once they're in your home, it's over like termites. If the feminist plan for dominance starts there, where the fuck can we go? The only question is how they could take a page out of the termite playbook when women are naturally repelled by wood. What do you mean by that?
You can never go home again. Is that how the saying goes?
Man, I don't know about never. I was just there. I don't know anywhere else I can shower and get new clothes. And eat. And use the bathroom. And watch TV. I have to keep watching the news to keep informed. My favorite news channel is Fox News.
Actually, that makes me wonder. Because I know Japan has, their own news stations. What is the closest channel to Fox News in Japan? Like, legitimate question. And I bring up Fox News specifically because, is it really a big secret that in America, at least, like, Fox News is the biggest right-wing, a right-wing adjacent news channel? Like, for someone ousted from his dorm room and living on the run, he sure has no qualms about going back there several times a day for long periods of time. But by now, he's slowly turned away from me and is talking to a revolving display of murder mysteries. There's really no point in interrupting him, I guess. I finish off my soda and throw the can into the basket near the door. It hits the rim, but goes in anyway. I silently pump my fist. Yes! The precursor to, flipping a water bottle on the table and hoping that it lands on its bottom. Kenji quickly gets up and starts to head towards the door. I wasn't really paying attention. I hope it didn't fist pump at an inappropriate moment. Where are you going?
You kept sucking down that juice.
So? It wasn't even juice, it was soda. And it's gone now. And what do you mean sucking it down? I had 2 sips.
Yeah, right, you had like 50 million sips.
That's not even possible.
Maybe for you. I go beyond the impossible all the time. Okay, whatever, now I'm thirsty too. I'm going to get my own juice. I'll be right back.
He does come almost right back, so quickly that I suspect he knows about my secret vending machine.
Fucker, he took all my drinks. I got you one too. Hope you like grape juice. We're even for the pizza now.
Thanks. Also, grape juice? Ugh. Actually, which is worse for me? Orange soda or grape juice? Ugh. Ugh, I hate both of them. I want to tell him that I lent him nearly 10 times the cost of a can of grape juice, but that might make me seem petty. Unopposed, Kenji sits down and starts furiously drinking juice like a man with a vendetta against grapes.
You know, it's a lucky break for me that I managed to run into you here, man. I kinda need you to do me a favor.
Although it's cynical, I wonder if him getting me juice was so he could ask me for this favor. If so, it's very transparent and poorly timed. I doubt Kenji would think about something so deeply, though. Just asking for things straight out is more his style.
I need you to recommend me some books.
Oh my god, something normal? But I thought you didn't read.
How did you know?
You told me. You said you think people discriminate against you because you don't read.
Well, they do. And I do read. I read audiobooks because that's the way of the future.
Listen, I ain't gonna judge. Listen, I ain't gonna judge. Reading, for some people, audiobooks is the way to read.
I have to read a book a month for literary studies, though, and I found out that the school doesn't really accept such classics as advanced cryptography. If I don't read a bunch of books, they're gonna fail me. I can't fail literary studies. That would make me illiterate. That would mean my mom was right. My mom can't be right. I'll just have to study literacy as much as possible.
What about doing some extra credits?
No thanks. It's bad enough I'm gonna have to carry around these stupid things now.
He picks up a dictionary, flips through it, and places it on the murder mystery rack behind him. My guy, don't do that.
I can't believe this is actually the medium that our ancestors used to look at porn.
I mean, technically it was magazines, but you're not wrong. I spit my drink all over the book I'm still holding, damaging it beyond any hope of repair. Oh no! I quickly check the back and see its suggested retail price is 7,900 yen! I think I might have a heart attack. That's a lot of money.
Wow, destroyed. Shouldn't have done that, though. They take vandalism super seriously here. You're gonna get caned.
Caned? I can't tell if that's, like, legitimately the word, or if they just misspelled canned. Cane, though? What, they're gonna, like, they do corporal punishment here? That doesn't seem right. He chortles, amused, before taking an extremely long, loud sip from his can of juice. It's not vandalism. I didn't do it on purpose. You made me do it with your words. What do you mean caned? I don't want to be caned.
Wait, chill out. I didn't mean they actually cane you. They just make you pay for it and really, really yell at you. It's like they were going to bite my ass off. Still not that big a deal.
I don't care if it's figurative. I don't want to get caned or get my ass bitten off or any kind of punishment, you dumbass. What am I going to do? I'm the only person in here. That she knows of anyway. I can't even throw the book in the trash. It'll be found. Then she'll know.
Damn, dude, stop being so weird.
How is it weird to not want to be fined?
Man, stop flipping out, man.
I'm not flipping out. I'm trying to save money.
So cheap.
Excuse me? Excuse me, I don't want to spend, like, close to $100. Man, that's about the price of video games nowadays. I'm about to strangle him when I hear Misha's wahaha coming up the hallway. Apparently, Kenji hears it too, and uses the opportunity to quickly vanish behind the autobiography section. Like the wind. Oh, God. We went from one annoying voice to another. Great.
Hi, Hachan!
Misha shouts exuberantly, dragging an embarrassed Yuko behind her.
Hachan! Were you talking to yourself?
On one hand, saying yes can make me look kind of crazy. On the other hand, if I blow Kenji's cover, he might go off and make me look crazy by association. Yes.
That's okay. Don't be embarrassed, Hachan. I do it too sometimes when I'm alone. La la la.
Nothing happened while I was gone? Absolutely nothing. Mm-hmm. It smells like grapes. I'm wearing grape-scented cologne. I lie brazenly and obviously. From her reaction, I'm going to assume that she knows I'm lying or thinks I have an abysmal sense for colognes. Since the can of grape juice I drank from is still right there, it's likely to be the former. Fortunately, she doesn't ask any follow-up questions. What are you two doing together?
We had lunch together! Strictly business! A business lunch!
I try to picture Misha in a suit, having a business lunch with anyone. Somehow, I just can't see it. What kind of business? You don't know?
It's nothing! It's normal for one part of the student council to not know what the other is doing.
Hey, don't nothing something like that. That isn't normal at all. In fact, it's bad. We're only 3 people. Yuko laughs nervously. She must be terrified. Misha says that you want to put posters in the library for the elections. Even though they are really far away, I guess it's okay. I didn't know that I could even decide those kinds of things.
You can! Isn't that great? Aren't you happy? Yay, yippee!
Misha grabs Yuko's hands and forces her to clap joyously for herself. Yuko doesn't look very happy about learning that she has more responsibility and power than she'd previously thought.
Hichan! Since you're here, you can help me put them up!
Oh, great. Fantastic. Pulling out a giant stack of posters from her bag, she cuts them in half like a deck of cards and passes me the slightly smushed half.
Hichan had a really good idea! We could put some flyers inside books, too! Then, even if they try to ignore us, they won't be able to! They could even be spring-loaded!
Misha tries her best to convey the same tone Shizune used. It sounds close to the real thing, and also a little menacing. She was probably kidding.
I liked it!
No, please, not that.
A super ultra aggressive marketing blitz! We're going to start going door to door, too!
That's a terrible idea. Misha pouts in her best Shizune impression, fingertips tapping together rapidly in annoyance.
Hichan! You think every idea is terrible!
Yeah, but that idea is too terrible. Too terrible to ignore. I can't have that.
Hichan, that sounds like a challenge! Mutiny! Mutiny!
Mutiny is bad. Don't fight.
It was just a joke.
Okay. Don't fight.
Ah ha ha!
The way Yuko sounds when she's trying to be firm makes me think of a kindergarten teacher. I suppose that makes her very persuasive in her own way. Putting up the posters is surprisingly hard, simply because the library is already plastered with bulletin boards and flyers lining every couple meters, some of them in places so unlikely that I'd never noticed them before. Oh, there goes the bell. Deciding which of them to peel off in favor of our own adds a lot of time to an otherwise simple job. By the time the bell rings to signal the end of lunch, Misha and I still have a sizable amount of posters left. As we leave, I decide to stick one right by the door. It must be one that Misha did. It has a little drawing of Shizune on the bottom. God, I might need to get more lip balm soon. It's funny, I've had this tube of lip balm for like years, and it still hasn't run out. But I am noticing it's starting to get to the bottom, I think, which sucks because I like it. And I don't even know if Walmart sells flavored chapstick anymore or lip balm anymore. I probably actually should have taken my water before I put that on. Okay, I'm gonna save. Don't worry, we're not done. A couple days later, Shizune heads off to go eat. Excuse me. A couple days later, Shizune heads off to go eat lunch by herself and doesn't come back. She must really be swamped with student council work, although I know that she probably made most of that work for herself. When I get to the student council room, I find the door unlocked. Before opening it, I hold back for a second to see if I'll hear Misha's laughing through it. Nothing. I'd almost take that as a sign that no one's in, but Shizune wouldn't leave the door unlocked in that case. She's at her desk, sleeping in her chair with her arms folded over her chest. What a stiff pose. If it weren't for her eyes being closed, there would be no way to tell that she was asleep. In fact, I can't even be sure that she is asleep now. Normally, I tap a desk to wake anyone else up, but it wouldn't work with her. I immediately start thinking of tricks I could play on her if she's sleeping. It's disappointing that my train of thought goes in those kinds of directions. Hello, good afternoon. She signs one greeting with each hand. It's really confusing. Hey, what are you doing? Secretly slacking off? Shizune smiles, but lowers her head to conceal it, and tries her best to look annoyed instead. Don't just stand there. It makes me nervous if I'm sitting down and you're not. I take a seat in the nearest chair while Shizune pauses to adjust her glasses on the bridge of her nose, like she's fine-tuning an instrument. Why are you so far away? Does that make you nervous too? Pursing her lips, Shizune doesn't look too amused at my taunting her. I had some free time, so I thought I would drop by and see if you were still busy. Do you want to help me? Yeah. Too bad. I'm grateful, but it's not necessary. I just finished the last of it, and now everything that needed to be done is done. So formal. Misha was just as businesslike yesterday. Are you both getting serious for official student council business? I'm always serious. Like the student council candidates should be. Oh, wait. I'm always serious. Like the student council candidates should be. That was fast. From zero to immediately criticizing people who aren't even her colleagues yet before I've had the chance to stretch my legs. At least the presidents. They need initiative. Then maybe they can motivate everyone else, or at least strong arm them along. But even though there's a bunch of them, they're all so wishy-washy. There's no one running for vice president. So, they all want the big prize, but none of them have the right drive for it. And then the treasurers are always so flaky, I've decided to use my power to just eliminate the position. Wait a sec, please. Can you even do that? I don't think it works that way. It is how it is. With that, Shizune stares grimly into the distance, rubbing the frame of her glasses. That doesn't answer the question, future dictator. I'm disappointed. They should want me out of here faster because they want the job, or at least disagree with me having the job. If I can't mobilize a bunch of student council wannabes for either reason, all my work will have been for nothing. If they're going to be so slow about it, I'll just hold on to my office as long as possible. Shizune punctuates the sentence with a Okay, I'm getting tongue-tied here myself. Shizune punctuates the sentence with a snap of her fingers, creating a sound as sharp as a gunshot. I wonder if she knows how loud she can do that. It's definitely an attention grabber, so I can only see it as invaluable to a mute. She might have practiced it because of that. All of it, huh? That's too harsh. I always thought this is the real test. Leaving a lasting impression is important. It's why I don't build sandcastles. They crumble when you leave. Maybe. But if I see an especially neat one, I still think it's impressive. I'll say it's impressive. I kind of admire you. So, to me, it wasn't for nothing. She tugs at her glasses as if she wants to take them off, smiling wryly. Sorry. I was careless and something selfish slipped out.
I've always wanted to stand at the top. It didn't matter what it was as long as I was the best at it, and understood it completely and made it my own. Like when you hear a song and dream of being a musician, or see a plane and wish you could be a pilot. Have you ever had a dream like that?
Yeah.
The first time I played soccer, I'd wondered if maybe I could ever get good enough to wow people. That was just a fantasy, though. As soon as I saw the gap between me and people with real talent, I put those dreams behind me. Well, with my heart the way it is, I can't play soccer anymore anyway. Do you still have dreams like that? No, they're unrealistic. I realized it very quickly. There's always someone better. A nostalgic expression crosses her face. She looks oddly mature right now, as if the days of competing vigorously against others for supremacy are long behind her. Of course, I know that nothing could be further from the truth. Just last week, she wanted to see which one of us could blow the biggest bubble with a piece of gum. It could be that she was even worse when she was younger. A terrifying thought. I like that there was always someone better. When someone greater than me would appear, I'd get so excited, I'd want to challenge them. Even though in the end, they would usually turn out to be better and I would be left in awe. There are some people who are on a different level completely. After a while, I got jealous. I wanted something like that for myself.
Is that what the student council is? The thing just for you?
No. Even though it feels like that sometimes, that wasn't why I decided to do it. That is another story entirely. But I like being student council president. Even if the work is hard and I'm always biting off more than I can chew, that is what keeps it exciting. People at the top shouldn't be able to be comfortable all the time anyway.
You sound like a farmer.
Although they wouldn't suit her, she's able to look cute in overalls and a straw hat.
So, if that wasn't the reason, why did you run for the job?
I didn't, but afterwards I decided to stick with it anyway. I wanted to be the student council president because the old student council was stupid. And I want to stir people up so that they will be able to say, that was interesting, today was interesting. That kind of thing. Memorable experiences. I'm happy because I think we succeeded. You and Misha and me. I have a selfish desire too, though. At first it was something I thought would only be a nice bonus, but I've gotten greedy. That is why it would make me happy if the elections go smoothly. It would be the only way that I could see that my wish was granted.
What is it then?
It's a secret. Sensing that I might not be ready to let such a weak dodge slide by so easily, Shizune quickly waves down any attempt at a follow-up, embarrassment coloring her face. It's something she wants to keep to herself only because it's too silly to do otherwise. I start to feel a pang of hunger and check my watch. It's earlier than it looks. Too early for dinner.
Do you have any kind of food in your desk?
For a second, it looks like the question confuses her, but she recovers quickly. Desks are for supplies.
Food is supplies.
You should have eaten lunch.
I didn't think it would be a problem if I didn't. If I was working, I wouldn't have to think about it. I'd be too busy to be hungry.
She puts her hand up to her mouth in a poor attempt to conceal a laugh, and tries to hide it further by pretending to use it to push her glasses further up the bridge of her nose.
I guess you're not, since you already ate.
I'm not good enough to sign the appropriate words, so I settle for pointing at the stack of Chinese food containers leaning precariously out of the top of her trash can. Those are from yesterday.
Then we're both hungry. Let's get something to eat.
Not from the cafeteria. There wasn't anything good at lunch, so I really doubt there will be anything good left over.
Order something?
Ordering out 2 days in a row is unnatural, only in case of emergencies. That is my personal policy.
This is why she should think of putting some snacks in her desk. It would be an easier way of dealing with these kinds of emergencies.
I want to tell her, but signing out how hungry I am like 5 times has made me too tired to be a smartass. The temptation is really great, though.
Hi! Hi, hi!
Misha's distinctive up and down voice sounds muffled through the door. She bursts in a second later. Ellipses?
Hichan! You're here too!
2? How did you know there was already someone in here?
If it opens, someone is inside! Am I interrupting?
Shizune shakes her head.
Great! That's really great! But I was sure I would be. Is this a break?
I thought so too, but it turns out everything student council related is over for now. Is that why you're here?
Yeah, that's right, Hichan!
Sorry to disappoint you. We were just discussing whether or not to order out for dinner.
That sounds fun!
Shizune isn't being very fun about it, though. She says that she can't order food 2 days in a row. Are you hungry too? Because if you are, we could outvote her.
That sounds fun, Hichan. And I am a little hungry.
I thought you would say it sounds like mutiny. Shizune pinches the frame of her glasses, clearly thinking that it does seem like mutiny, but being outvoted by a clean 2-to-1 margin, there is nothing she can do. Misha already has her phone out. It's awfully garish.
Shichan, you promised we would have a student council thing just for us, right? Right! This could be it!
Shizune only shakes her head. The last party she'll be able to attend as Yamaku's student council president is too special to her to put that label on our spur-of-the-moment early dinner. Even though I'm sure the real thing will be just like this. A meal like any other, with the 3 of us. After we finish eating and clean up, I say goodbye to them and head to my dorm. Although I don't feel particularly tired, I think I'll just go straight to sleep tonight. If I were back home, my mom would nag me not to go to bed right after eating, but what she doesn't know won't hurt her. I take a look at the clock as soon as I get in, and realize that it's a lot later than I'd thought. It also feels a bit silly checking the clock when I have a phone and a wristwatch. I take off my watch and hold it in one hand, while holding my phone in the other. It makes me feel powerful, and stupid. Hold up, is it that scene? Oh shit. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. I try unsuccessfully to go to sleep, and I'm glad when someone interrupts me by knocking on my door after only a few minutes. I figure that it couldn't be anyone but Kenji, which is why I'm surprised when it ends up being Misha.
Hi, Hichan! You don't look too happy to see me.
No, I'm just kind of surprised. Did Shizune remember something that she wants me to do after all? It's late, but whatever. I guess it's good that I didn't change.
Nope, I just thought I'd follow you back, Hichan.
For fun? No, of course not. It's because she wants to talk. It must be about something important, and something she doesn't want Shizune to know about. Do you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks, Hichan.
Oh, this is that scene. This is that scene. Oh, I'm gonna have to explain this when we get to it. I knew we had to be getting to this scene sooner or later. She walks in and immediately takes a seat in the chair. The natural thing to do, but I'd expected her to sit on the bed.
Hichan?
Misha frowns harshly, arms folded over her chest. It's like she's trying to play a grim interrogator. All that's missing is the mustache and the dangling, flickering light bulb on a string.
Did you make Hichan sad?
What do you mean?
When I went to the office today, Hichan couldn't hear me coming. That's why, when I opened the door, I saw a really confusing expression on her face. Hichan looked happy and sad, and I wanted to know why.
Well, it wasn't because of me. I didn't even see it. I think she's depressed that she won't be student council president anymore in a few months.
When I asked Shichan about it, she said that it was okay.
That's meaningless. Shizune would say that, but it's ridiculous to think that she would let it go that easily. There are times when she'll want to fight me over the last apple, or chocolate milk, or whatever. And that's stuff that doesn't even matter.
Chocolate milk is important.
Okay, it is. Don't get mad. But not as much as student council is to her. She wouldn't just wave it off so easily.
You're right!
I thought that this was supposed to be an interrogation, but it appears Misha has already forgotten about it. It's weird that we're getting this fucking music here!
But I don't want Shichan to lie to me to make me feel better. Most people don't know how serious Shichan is and think she's just putting on a show. I'm happy that you understand her, Hichan.
It's obvious, especially with how she talked about it today. Misha leans in closer with interest, resting her head on her palms.
Really? What did she say?
I need to take some water. Because I can already feel I can feel phlegm. They're close enough that I don't think of how much she is prying. Why she joined the student council? Sort of. She started, but then decided that some stuff should just stay classified. And signed, it's a secret. So, I guess that's what she told me. It's a secret.
Well, if someone tells you that they have a secret, you can sort of call that a secret by itself, Hichan.
Just like how, according to you, luck is a skill?
It can be.
Be careful, not so loud. It's really late at night, my guy.
Why, Hichan?
You're going to wake up half the people in the building, and on top of that, dorms aren't co-ed.
Hichan, are you thinking something dirty?
Stop being weird.
If you are, it's okay, I think.
Hearing that makes me realize how easy it's been for me to talk to Misha all this time. That I would be able to go this long without feeling the need to be on guard. This is the first time I have.
I feel sad, Hichan. It's funny. The happier Shichan gets, the more depressed I feel. Even though I should be happy for Shichan. I still am. But I can't talk about my problems with her.
Why not?
Just like Shichan can't talk about her problems to me. It's the same thing, Hichan. If we have that kind of problem, then I'm not sure anymore what I should do. I wonder if I'm a bad friend.
Misha gets up and quickly drops herself on the bed, until we're sitting only a few inches apart. Just a couple seconds later, she pushes her head forward and gives me a light kiss. It misses my lips, more due to bad aim on her part than because of me. What are you doing? Although it's just a formality. I think the music stopped too. Yeah, it did. Although it's just a formality, I'd be stupid to not know what she's getting at. It's just that it seems so unlikely that I'm hoping there will be some way I won't have to deal with it. Now she decides to be shy and giggles, embarrassed.
Do you like me, Hichan?
Yeah. Her head is buried in my chest. It feels like she's talking into my scar. She might be able to feel it brushing against her cheek. I tried too hard to hide it from both of them before. It seems like such a dumb thing to have worried so much about in retrospect.
Please comfort me, Hichan. Just for today.
So remember when I said in the beginning of all this that there was only one choice on Shizune's route that you have to do? This is it. And, The correct answer here is you have to refuse. Because this one will lead you to a bad ending. And I'm trying to figure out if I should explain why that is before or during the break. But regardless, yeah, I don't, like, she kissed us. We're not into that. Before I can answer, she pushes her whole weight against me, and it unbalances me enough to send us both onto the bed. If I don't answer quickly, then the situation will only become more precarious. I know that I should have never let things get as tangled as they already are. So, even though it isn't the most tactful way to refuse her, I push her off of me. Misha falls backwards onto the sheets, so softly that it seems like she barely fell at all. Eyes closed, she stays like that for a while, before getting up with a hollow laugh.
You're right, Hachan. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure how I feel. Regretful slightly, even though I've grown to hate regret. Sad for a multitude of reasons. I'm also a little angry, both at her and at myself. And in a way, it even seems like I'm not really feeling at all. Don't be.
No, Hachan, it's okay. I am. Really, really. But just asking was enough for me, I think. I'm happier that you said no.
Is that right? Well, that's good.
Yeah, it is. Thanks, Hachan.
She pulls herself up and leans against the wall. I'm assuming she is. My head hurts so much that I don't bother opening my eyes. I lie on my bed, listening to the rustle of my hair brushing against the sheets and the grass waving in the wind outside. I guess that I should say more to reassure her, but I wonder if that would really help. Maybe it would be better to say nothing. I just don't know. Although I think that in this situation, there's no one right thing I can do.
Good night, Hachan.
With that, she leaves, the door clicking shut behind her like a guilty whisper. Maybe it's because I'm eager to put today behind me, but after Misha is gone, I find it much easier to fall asleep. I do so almost instantly. So, yeah, she asked us to cheat on Shizune with her, which really shitty to do. Yeah, that is a fucking, thing. But yeah, yeah, so pretty easy choice. Obviously, you don't want to cheat on your girlfriend with her best friend of all people. That's really shitty. As for why she would ask us to do this, we'll find out. We'll find out. Eventually. The following morning, I wake up thinking that most of my time is going to be spent trying to avoid Shizune and Misha. What happened last evening still makes me feel uneasy. I thought that sleeping on it would help alleviate that feeling. I feel like an idiot for believing it would be that easy. I think about whether or not Misha might feel the same way. If so, she probably won't show up to school today. I'd consider doing the same, but it would be pretty suspicious, and staying inside all day in fear doesn't appeal to me. It never really has. Like I thought, Misha isn't in class this morning. Shizune is, but today is a busier day than most, so she gives her all concentrating on her classwork, and that means that there's little idle time for her to start up a conversation with me.
I had grown so used to seeing Shizune and Misha together that I hadn't realized until yesterday how much that hasn't been the case lately. And it's a shame, because the empty seat next to her reminds me that they're a pair. So, yesterday is something that I'll take to my grave. If I feel this way about it, I wonder how Misha must feel. Just as regretful? When she came on to me, she was more depressed than sexy to start with. I can only imagine how much worse it would be now. Thinking about it like that, I want to see her again. But only half-heartedly. The other half of me is still terrified, even though I hate to use that word. It makes me feel ashamed, but I'm sure it's the only way to describe myself right now.
I mean, to be fair though, Hisao, like, you did not go through with it. I wouldn't necessarily say that was cheating. You know? I mean, I guess it's more so like, did I do anything to potentially think I had feelings for her? Because, I mean, why else would a girl, you know, come on to a guy like that? Unless she thought that you wanted to bang, right? So I guess in a way it could be that Hisao feels guilty because it's like, you know, is it possible, like, you know, that he might have given Misha some signals to suggest that, like, you know, oh, I don't like my relationship with Shizune, you know what I mean?
I spent the next couple periods in the library, not in the mood to sit in classes for the rest of the day, but unwilling to walk back to the dorms.
Uh-oh, hi. Hi, love. What's going on?
While I'm lazily flipping through the pages of an uninteresting historical fiction novel, Shizune drops herself into the chair across from me, pouting. I think it's sort of pointless to come to school and then skip every class.
Sorry.
At least tell everyone that you're sick.
I'm just not feeling it today. Yesterday I was fine, though. Tomorrow I'll probably be fine. Taking a sick day in the middle of the week is just too suspicious. That 24-hour flu thing or whatever won't fly.
It's not suspicious.
It is.
I turn back to my book, but Shizune gently pulls it down, in contrast with her expression, which straddles the line between concern and anger. Is something wrong?
What?
Is something bothering you? Because you're acting a little suspicious today in a different way. If there is, just tell me, or I'll be mad. I'm not good at reading people.
What a ridiculous thing to say, after picking up my mood so easily. She is only half kidding, but there is some truth in it. After all, she can't hear tone, and has to rely on reading to communicate with others. It's as if you could only ever have conversations with someone through text messages. That has to mess with you in some way. It's probably why she stares so intently at people, in order to gauge their reaction. Or maybe it's why she pushes people so hard, to get them to react. I've thought about it before, but it's too hard to say for sure what Shizune's exact motivations are for anything. So, I wonder how much of that was a joke. Sometimes it's easy to tell. This time it isn't. Assuming it wasn't a joke, I can't tell her anyway. Because it's sign language, there's enough time to collect myself and lie effectively. Nothing. Ellipses. I've just been thinking a lot about the student council's future lately. I believe Misha is doing the same. Well, in her own way.
So am I, but she isn't here today. I wish she would have let me know something, because I might need her help later today. Yours too, unless you're busy.
I'm not.
Thank you. I feel like I'm losing a lot of people close to me lately.
I can't think of a good way to respond to that. Something reassuring and confident, telling her not to worry.
I'm here for you. I'm not one of those people.
Then who is? And it seems so forced. I manage a wave of my hand that seems extremely callous as soon as I do it. Excuse me. You shouldn't feel that way. Actually, what's the name of the scene? Look ahead, okay.
Ellipses. I might be just a little sick, not enough to go through the trouble of making it official. It's just easier for me this way. It's the wrong way. I've heard the hard way and the right way are usually the same thing, so it's not a big stretch to say that the opposite is true.
Well, fine. If you say you're all right, that's good enough for me.
Wait. You asked me, so I'm turning it around. Is everything okay with you?
Yes.
She signs it without a moment's hesitation. After that, Shizune waits to see if I'm going to follow up on it. I don't, and she leaves. I feel like an idiot for not going further, even though I think it's better that I didn't. I've been in the library for quite a while, and decide to go up to the roof for a change of pace. Uh-oh. A fresh breeze hits me the second I open the door. This is really my favorite area of the school, I think. Then I see that I'm not the only one here. I can see a girl with bubblegum pink hair in front of me. Her back is to me, but I don't have to see her face to know who it is. I'm sure Misha is the only person in the world with hair like that. I get the feeling that I've stumbled on her at a bad moment. She obviously wants to be alone, and I wonder if she hasn't noticed my presence. If so, I'll leave right now. But she has, and turns to face me. Uh-oh. Why this music?
Oh, Hichan. I thought someone was behind me, but I didn't think it was going to be you. This time you surprised me.
If she's referring to her habit of sneaking up behind me and asking me to guess who it is, I've never been surprised by that. I'm surprised too. But this is good. I had something I wanted to talk to you about anyway. Not that. What's going on between you and Shizune? She won't tell me, so I'm asking you. Because you're easier to get an answer out of, since the same sign language that gives me the leeway to lie to her gives her a cushion against my questions, so that she can more easily brush them off. When she hesitates, I push her harder. Give me an honest answer, please.
It's complicated, Hichan. It's because of something that happened a long time ago. I thought I could just forget about it, but it's really hard. So, that and graduation coming up made me want to spend more time with Shichan. But Shichan is always busy now, so we've been fighting. But I'm tired of it now. Because I like Shichan.
So do I.
No. I know you like her, Hichan. I mean that I like Shichan in the same way. I want her to be my girlfriend.
Misha closes her eyes, like a condemned criminal confessing the last of their sins in front of the executioner. It only makes it harder for me to think of a response, and I know I have to give one. I see. I never knew.
I didn't really want to come to this school, Hichan, but it sounded interesting, and even if everyone hated me, at least it felt like they would leave me alone. I was learning sign language, but wasn't very good at it. Shichan was trying to get people to join the student council because it was only her and Lily. Then she came up to me. I couldn't understand her at all. But Shichan wouldn't use her pen and paper. She knew that I was taking sign language classes. I was exposed quickly. I didn't know any. That only made her try harder, and I hated Shichan and thought she was making fun of me. That wasn't the reason, though. So, I slowly fell in love with Shichan, and I told her that I loved her. It was in the student council room, you know?
when it was just the two of us. I had these fantasies of Shichan staying alone in the office, trying to put everything together all by herself. It seemed so lonely to me, and so sad. I think I wanted it to be that way. That way, I could be there for Shichan, and maybe Shichan would like me. Even though there was no reason for me to believe it, I did anyway. I wanted it to be true, so I was okay with letting myself believe it, even though I think I knew. That day was really, really beautiful too, Hichan. We were done with everything, and I was looking out through the window. Even through the window, the light was so warm. I wanted to stay like that forever, next to Shichan. But then I looked at Shichan, and she had her back to the window and was still working on something, blocking out the rest of the world. The light was on her shoulders, like when I would put a blanket on my shoulders as a little kid.
Misha stops for a second, as if trying to hold on to the image of Shizune in her mind.
Shichan looked... It was like Shichan looked in a way that made me want to be with her. But it felt like it would be hard for that to happen. That was a really long time ago. My hair was different back then, too. A little messy. I cut it because Shichan was always talking about it. Anyway, I told her, right then and there. I confessed. I was rejected. So, I thought that was it, Hichan. But Shichan was always trying to find me, and I hated Shichan again for it. And when I asked her why she was doing it, it was because I was her friend.
Her cheeks have a hint of red in them. I wonder how much experience she has had with crying, that she can keep herself from doing it so well. If she didn't pause to wipe her eyes, I might never have noticed.
Having Shichan say that made me happy, but also sad. And even though she never meant to hurt me, it still hurts. Even now. Shichan has a way of manipulating people, Hichan. Sometimes she wants to, and sometimes she doesn't really, but it happens anyway. And sometimes I'm just not sure exactly which one it is. And I feel doubt. I just wish that Shichan liked me instead of you. It made me wonder if I was starting to hate you and Shichan. Just a little. I didn't like that.
So you were thinking, maybe it would be better if I weren't here at all? She looks confused. The thought has never crossed her mind.
That's not it, Hichan. I thought about it a lot these last few days, and I don't want to hate anyone. You or Shichan. It's so stupid that I ever felt like that, isn't it, Hichan? I don't want to think about that kind of stuff ever again. And missing people and being apart from them. I'm tired of it and don't want to think about it anymore. I already did, though. So, I'm still really the worst kind of person. I wasn't thinking that it would be better if Hichan had never come to this school. I was thinking, wouldn't it be better if I just died?
Oh dear. Misha presses herself harder against the fence at her back, as if hoping to slip right through it. Without really thinking about it, I grab her hand. My reflexes are terrible, and I manage to only grasp onto a few of her fingers, but it's unimportant. Sorry. It's just that you said something pretty weird just now.
Yeah, I guess that's right, Hichan.
Yeah. Do you want to know what I think? Shizune's the type of person who won't let anyone close to her except on her terms. It's frustrating. Sometimes it's even infuriating. That probably would have bothered me when I was in the hospital and anyone who shut me out was dead to me. I'd forgotten all about it until recently. I got a letter, and it was all about that. I was mad. I thought, how can you accuse me of closing myself off from everyone and giving up? Isn't that what everyone else did to me? What else am I supposed to do? What can I do? What can I do? Yeah, even now. I know that's how it happened, but she was right too. I did close myself off. So, I made up my mind that I'm not going to let that be the case ever again.
The hospital? Hichan, is that what those pills are for?
Just listen, please. Shizune is the opposite of how I was. She has always wanted to draw people closer to her. That's the only reason Shizune was interested in me in the first place, I think. And I think I was determined to not let that happen in a way. Misha casts her eyes downwards, understanding perfectly. I never realized how hard that can be. And now, I feel like I'm going to return the favor, even if it takes twice as long. I already learned a second language just to get this far. It wasn't as hard as I thought, but it was definitely hard. Sometimes, I felt like I was clawing my way up a mountain with how my hands hurt. And you did the same thing. And it was for the same reason, wasn't it? That's really amazing. Which is why it makes me sad, and a little angry that you would say that stupid thing like that. That's just what I believe anyway. Her shoulders slump, and Misha almost slides to the floor, like she is drained of all energy.
You're too dramatic, Hichan,
she says, while looking away, turning her head almost as if she wants to look out at the school grounds, but not turning it enough to do so. The door behind us opens, the sound only barely able to be heard over the ambient breeze.
I've been looking everywhere for you two. Is this some secret meeting?
She walks over to us, leaning against the fence next to Misha as if she needs to stop and catch her breath, before pushing herself off it and continuing.
I'm bored sitting in the council room.
Okay.
I'm bored sitting in the student council room every day now, without either of you ever coming by. Taking some time off is fine, but this is just too much.
Normally, Misha and I would be jokingly making excuses for ourselves at this point. This time, there's only silence. Shizune, always expecting resistance, is thrown off balance by the lack of it. A few seconds pass in uneasy silence, which Shizune breaks with an ear-shattering snap of her fingers, smiling as if to say Eureka.
Let's go do something together.
Like what?
Anything. We should go to the student council room first, and then figure it out from there.
That seems like a trick to get us to do work instead.
Very funny.
Misha laughs, managing to let out a restrained wahaha. That Shizune can't see it makes me feel better. It means that it wasn't only for her benefit.
I was thinking that you both actually could help me with something. What else is there? We can't go out to eat. We already ordered in yesterday, and that was already breaking policy. 3 days in a row would be unforgivable. But that was ordering in, Shichan! Going out to eat is different!
Yeah, totally different.
You're both kidding yourselves.
Before I can reply, Shizune grabs my hand, limiting my ability to do so. My options cut down so drastically, I have no choice but to settle for making a face at her instead. She makes one back, before extending her hand to Misha as well. When Misha is reluctant to take it, I walk forward as far as holding on to Shizune at the same time will allow me, and take her hand myself. She only has a second to smile before Shizune starts pulling us impatiently towards the door, binding us together like a human chain. Hey! Who the fuck? Is that Dahlia? Sorry, can I just show this? Look at this! Doesn't that look like Dahlia from Phoenix Wright? Although it's dangerous, none of us seem to think of letting go any step of the way through the school, out of the doors, and across the grounds. This feels familiar, as if we've walked like this before. The three of us, hand in hand. Of course, the mood was a lot happier then. I can see the lingering sadness on their faces, and it makes me wonder if anything has really changed. If this is all just a distraction or not. But I think it's just me slipping back into being cynical because of the moment. It's a start.
Hey, Act 4! Act 4, To My Other Self. Only an hour and a half. Okay. Grand strategy, huh? Okay, I'm actually kind of curious. Gonna go back to the main menu real quick. Hey! Let's see. 56%, cool. Alright, now that we... Alright, this is probably the bad ending. Alright, so how many strategies, how many scenes do we've got in Act 4? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, that makes it so much easier. At least I think. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 11? Okay. If we might... Actually, can we actually get through this route tonight? That would be interesting. But yeah, I do want to take a quick moment to talk about what we just saw. So, yeah. Misha is a lesbian, presumably. And I know people are going to be wondering, like, well, wait a minute, can't she be a lesbian? I mean, didn't she proposition Hisao to have sex with her? And I'm like, I mean, listen. I think it was more so that she didn't have to, like, think about Shizune. But yeah, oof. I do wonder, because unfortunately, like, I know there's a lot of queer folk out there who realize that they're gay when they fall in love with their best friend. It's like, oh. It seems like such a common thing, unfortunately, where it's like, I mean, it's not anyone's fault, it just sucks, right? You know, that's like, you know, you fall in love with your straight best friend, and you just know that there's nothing that is, like, there's no way. That sucks. Let me see. Man. But yeah, so that's Misha, huh? Her hair was a lot straighter and brown back then. But yeah, it would make this scene hit a little bit harder, the fact that she was thinking about the you know. But yeah, look at this! And of course we know that this space has to have Lily and Rin, too. But yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think it... But yeah, I mean, it is... But I mean, it does suck for Misha, because it's like, again, imagine being in love with your best friend, right? Getting rejected, and then you have... And then, like... You know... I don't know. It is kind of, like... It is interesting, because it did kind of occur to me, it's like, why doesn't Shizune realize, like... I mean, because the thing is, right... Is that... I mean, I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing, but it's like... It is kind of fucked up that, like, you know your best friend is in love with you. You don't feel the same way, and you're never gonna feel the same way because you're presumably straight. But yet you decide to keep them around anyway? It's like... I don't know. Pretty complicated, I feel like. But yeah, so Misha was kind of just jealous of you and Shizune getting closer together, even though she was, like, pushing you two together in the first place. But I think it's more so, like, you don't really think about the pain that's gonna cause you until afterwards. Yeah, you know?
Alrighty. Only a day later, the weekend has already arrived. I drop a heavy stack of books on the librarian's desk, not meaning to slam them, but they weigh so much that it happens anyway. Yuko bolts out of her chair with enough force to dislodge her glasses. She barely holds on to them.
Oh, hi. Sorry. I'm here to return all those books I was supposed to.
That's great, but I wish you had brought them back sooner. It wouldn't be a problem if the library had more copies of everything, but it doesn't. And they act like that's my fault.
They?
Other students. They can be, pretty pushy.
Sorry, it just kind of slipped my mind. It's been a pretty rough couple of days, you know, having to hear that, like, one of my friends is gay for my girlfriend, and kind of having to learn to deal with that.
Oh, I suppose you don't want to talk about it.
Yuko meekly turns to the task of logging all the books I've brought back as returned, treating them with extreme care and precision, like she's a bomb disposal technician rather than a librarian. Over the past couple of days, I've been thinking about something Misha said. Of course, I'd thought about everything she said, but one thing in particular keeps coming back. She talked about how she didn't want to miss people or think about being apart from them anymore. When I recalled those words, they stopped me cold, like a sharp slap across the cheek. In just a few months, we'll be graduating. Misha and Shizune were nearly inseparable, but after graduation, they might never see each other again. I wonder if that thought is what started all of this. If Misha were to try and talk to Shizune about it, Shizune likely wouldn't think about it at all. It would sadden her, and for that reason she would try and toss it away. For someone like Shizune, who is so quick to suppress her worries, it would be easy. Misha turned out to be more sensitive than she seemed. It would have crushed her, even more so because Shizune's reaction could come off as pretty cold. I don't know if that's how Shizune handled it, but it seems likely, and I can understand why she would act that way. I can also understand why Misha would be troubled by the thought of drifting away from someone who is such an important part of her. I had never thought about graduation until that moment. I mean, to be fair, like it or not, like, Shizune, as far as I'm aware, is Misha's first love, and you're always going to hold some kind of feeling towards that person. I mean, I will say, though, it is very interesting, like, the idea that, like, these two can't talk after they graduate. It's like, why not just exchange numbers? Then I began to think things like, has it really only been less than a year? I started thinking of everyone I've met. Not only Shizune and Misha, but everyone else. They were fond thoughts. Then I thought of losing them. Suddenly, I could understand Misha's anxieties. It could be nice to talk to someone about it. Actually, I kind of want to. With whom? I could sense an obvious tinge of apprehension in her voice. With you.
Ah, really? Are you sure? Why me?
Because you're an adult.
That's it? That's...
Wincing, she fidgets a little in her seat, trying to get comfortable in a pretty uncomfortable-looking way. I guess this means she's okay with it. Is it hard, being an adult?
Yes. Oh my god, yes. I don't think I'm that old, though. It's surprising that students now, like Shizune and you, wear stuff like perfumes or cologne. I never did. I still don't use them. By the way, you're not wearing your grape cologne today.
Yeah, it wasn't working out for me.
Oh, that's good. I thought the same thing. Sorry.
Yuko looks genuinely sorry, and I feel a pang of guilt. I smile despite myself. A tiny lie like that can't come back to bite me in the butt. For Misha, trying to conceal how she felt in order to put on a happy face for Shizune for so long must have been crushing. Someone I know brought up that we're going to be graduating, and I realized that I've never thought about it before. I feel stupid that it could go so long and never think about these things. I've met a lot of great people, and I've never thought about what it's going to be like to graduate and maybe never see them again.
There are still ways you could keep in touch.
Yeah, I guess. I feel childish. I know everyone is going through the same thing, probably. I bet you hear this kind of problem a lot.
No, I haven't been working here that long. I worried about the same thing when I graduated from high school. I didn't go to school here, though. I also miss my friends, and I wish I had kept in touch with them better. I should have tried harder.
Yuko isn't really helping me feel better, and she clams up quickly when she sees it on my face. I don't want to look back and have those same regrets. I wonder if Shizune even thinks about that kind of stuff. Because she goes on sometimes about how she doesn't want to live with any regrets.
Wow, that sounds impossible to me.
I nod, only halfway wanting to agree.
Even so, I think that's kind of admirable too. Kind of brave. Don't you think so?
Brave is a new way to put it. Yuko shakes her head insistently.
It's true, though, and also kind of intimidating.
Jeez, you shouldn't be intimidated by high schoolers.
I'll try.
She turns away to start folding a sticky note over and over. Pretty idle behavior for a university student. But more importantly, I wonder if I said the wrong thing to her. Being around Shizune for so long, I can't stop reading as much as I can into every moment of silence. If Yugo were the type of person who didn't get intimidated by high schoolers, it probably wouldn't be so easy to talk to her. It's all too easy to want to shed some negative quality of yours. When I think of everyone I know, it's those qualities that I like the best.
I don't think I really regret it. I thought, as long as I could remember the good times, that was enough. I don't know. Sorry.
I notice a couple students starting to trickle into the library, and decide that my time is up. No, that was helpful. I feel like two of my friends are fighting because one of them is taking the fact that we might not see each other again after we graduate really hard, and the other is probably being stoic about it, which only makes it worse. I don't get how I'm supposed to handle this kind of situation. It doesn't seem like the kind of problem where I'll have to end up taking a side, but it could turn out that way, and then I have no idea what I'm going to do.
You should tell them they shouldn't fight.
I know, fighting is bad. It's not Shizune and Misha, by the way.
Okay. I wasn't really thinking that, though.
How embarrassing. Even though I knew it would be, I still feel my cheeks redden, and even so, I still said something so transparent and blatantly a lie. But it could be that sometimes that is the right way. Do you have any books about people who have to make hard decisions?
We have a lot of self-help books.
It's funny that I can find that surprising, because I wouldn't have only a few months ago. I mean about, not for. There aren't many, right?
Yes. Not many, I mean.
Though I feel a bit apprehensive about it, I want to talk to Shizune. I don't understand why I feel nervous about it, and that disgusts me a little.
Oh, boy. I don't know, maybe this is just... to be fair, I don't have a lot of friends... I don't have any friends I keep up with from high school anyway.
I mean, part of that is just because, like, I didn't have a lot of friends in high school. I mean, again, I spent most of my high school career just trying to live. But I mean, even then, like, the friends I would make in high school, I feel like I never saw them again. Like, I would have them for, like, a year, like, during the school year, right? But then once I moved up a grade, I never saw them again. And I know a lot of that just has to do with the fact that, like, well, classes are going to be different, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, I get it, right? But still. I mean, even when I was in private school, I never really, like, kept up with anybody. I mean, well, there was one person, but unfortunately, we didn't have a falling out, but it definitely wasn't the same, because, you know, it was right after the school year for the private school ended that I moved to, you know, to where I'm at currently. And so that meant long distance, and honestly, the time afterwards was very bad, like, mentally and emotionally for me. And that just kind of led to me, like, really isolating myself. So, you know, so imagine my surprise when I get one last message from them, and they were and to be fair, they were rightfully upset, because I remember telling them, like, months before then, that, like, I wanted to keep talking to them, and then I never did. And to be, you know, so it's like, I think they kind of just took it as me essentially abandoning them, which, while that wasn't my intention, I can see why they saw it that way, and they decided to break off the friendship then and there, which I don't blame them for, like, you know, because, again, they didn't have any of the context, and so I don't blame them, you know? But yeah, like, I don't really have anybody from high school I keep up with. I mean, part of it because, again, I didn't have many people that I wanted to keep up, that I did keep up with, and two, I was a loner for most of high school, so. But, you know, but I will say that the friends I did make online during high school, that we're still friends to this day. I mean, God, I met Gary and Eric and a couple others during high school, when I was in high school. And granted, I feel like I don't really talk to a lot of them anymore, but, like, I like to think we're still friends. I mean, we still see each other pretty often. I mean, Gary's probably the person I talk to the most, but even then, it's not often. God, and it's actually fucking crazy that, like, I think it's this year, actually, that it'll have been 10 years since I met these people. Holy shit! I'm 27. I was 17. I remember I was 17 when I first came across the people now. This is the longest I've ever had friends, by the way. Autism just sucks sometimes. But oh my god. I need to tell Gary that. It's like, hey, did you know that, like, in a few months it'll be 10 years since we met each other? And they're gonna probably be like, oh my god, that is insane. Although they're probably gonna make a crack about how this is gonna sound so mean. They're probably gonna make a crack about how it's like, I didn't think I'd be alive in 10 years, but here I am. I shouldn't laugh about that. I shouldn't. It's not right, but still. Anyway. But yeah, I think but it is very interesting to read about this, because it's like, I feel like nowadays it's actually pretty easy to keep up with people. I mean, because again, like, you have, you know, Discord, social media. Like, I feel like it's pretty easy to keep up with people nowadays. Well, if you don't count AI. So. Anyway. It also motivates me to look for her, right then and there, although I don't have to look very hard. She's in the student council room, as always. I thought we were on the sad music. Worryingly, Misha isn't with her.
When Shizune notices me and looks up from her paperwork, the first thing I ask is where she is. I don't know. There's so much uncertainty in her answer that I can't let it go just like that. She's missing a lot of school.
Are you the attendance police?
That's really strange coming from the student council president. Shizune hides a laugh behind a cupped hand, and I start to think that I might be worrying for nothing. But then her laughter slowly fades away to a more serious and pensive expression. You're right. Yesterday, I catch the hint of a knowing smile on her face when she sees my poorly hidden panic at the word. Despite her best efforts, she can't help being satisfied and eliciting surprise from everyone else to the very end. Even then, I can see that she has bigger concerns from how quickly her smile vanishes. Before either of you noticed me, I saw what you were saying. I'm not stupid. If I hadn't, I could still see through Misha while we were walking back, even if she hadn't told me everything later. She didn't make a big deal out of it, but any way you look at it, it's my fault, isn't it? What did she tell you? Shizune winces at the question, though it's clear she's been expecting it. She follows it up with a very grand gesture. A lot. Like that I can be selfish and confusing. I try too hard to bring people around me and then push them away. I didn't know what I should do. I thought she was right to mention all of those things, so I just agreed with her, but that only made things worse. I don't understand. Adjusting her glasses, she looks pretty tired. I hope it isn't because she's been busy avoiding Misha, but I can't help considering the possibility, seeing where this conversation is going. It's true. Even the student council being this small, and us always being swamped with work, is my fault. I might have even ended up driving a lot of people off, and away from the student council acting like that. Shizune wags a finger mischievously, acknowledging that might is an understatement. However, from how wearily she does it, it's obvious the humor is only to put me at ease, and therefore not genuine. Like Lily, for instance. She was the first person to join when I started trying to recruit people again after everyone else left, because they couldn't stand me, I guess. We managed to put together the last festival, and even ran a booth together at the last minute. But I didn't like her because I thought she was selfish, always holding us up in order to tend to one friend of hers or another, and leaving Misha and me alone to sort out things involving the whole school by ourselves. If there were any problems she was going through, she would leave us high and dry while she panicked over it, and wouldn't come back until it was solved. She would focus on it 100%, and be too preoccupied to focus on any student council work. That was the worst to me, that she could be so nice and still take so many people for granted. Why even join the student council then? It seems so short-sighted and selfish, don't you think? But it's actually me who's that way. Like Misha said, always trying to pull people close to me and then shutting them out. That's how I've treated her, which makes me a bad friend. And it feels like it did the same thing to you then, so I guess I'm a bad girlfriend too. Even if Misha says that you might as well replace her. I'm angry that I screwed things up enough for it to get this out of hand. All I wanted was to... She pauses to look for the right words, tenting her fingers in concentration. Make people happy, I think. Even though that seems like a simple way to put it. As she rests her head against her hand, Shizune's bangs fall delicately across her eyes, hidden behind those polished glasses reflecting just the tiniest bit of light. It may be wrong to think so, but right now she seems especially beautiful, like a more complete person. It feels like this is my first chance to respond to her outpouring of emotions. Replacing Misha as Shizune's interpreter? Misha must be joking. It took all my energy to keep up with her just now, her signing filled with gestures that I've never seen before. Likely, their habits picked up from Misha and developed from years of them being together. I can never replace someone so close to her. I like you because I like you, not because I got tricked into it by you. Despite how hard she tried anyway, I continued to stare back into her eyes, as sharp as ever. The first time I saw them, they had seemed a bit intimidating to me, like the eyes of a predator. That hasn't changed, which I find reassuring. I still want to make everyone happy. Starting with Misha? Shizune looks a bit annoyed that I would imply she would start with anyone else, and smiles confidently, as though a friend's sadness is a physical opponent she can just strangle into submission. Of course, obviously, naturally. Oh! Taking off her glasses, she leans back in her chair and lets out a sigh. It's the first time I've seen her without them on, but I don't get a good look before she slips them back on. It's so weird! But I'm too tired to start today. First thing tomorrow. Do you want to help? Yeah. And I have other student council stuff you can help me with while you're at it. Although it turns out that there isn't much other work at all.
It's interesting we still haven't come across a sex scene. I thought we would have more than this, than the one. I know there is at least one other one, but that's towards the end. We've been on this route for 10.5 hours. Holy shit. Okay. There's no school today, so I expected to be able to sleep in late. Unfortunately, I'm awakened by someone mercilessly pounding on my door at 8 in the morning. At first, I think it could be Kenji, but when my shouts of annoyance go unanswered, I realize it's Shizune. She immediately backs away from the door when I open it, quickly concealing something behind her back. Kind of ominous. What's that? Is it a surprise? I don't really like surprises. The displeased expression on her face says that she wants me to stop being such a wet blanket, but she's too busy fumbling with what's behind her back to sign it. It must be frustrating for her, because seconds later she swings the object out, proudly, and also a little dangerously.
Ta-da! A picnic basket! We can have lunch together, the three of us.
It's not really a basket. It looks more like a plastic bag. Taking a quick look inside, I can see that most of the food inside is also store-bought, not homemade. Some items still have the price stickers on. There's a very diverse selection here, though. Even a tiny tin of caviar. I'm slowly becoming more impressed with this lunch. I pick a grape out of there and pop it in my mouth.
Don't just take things like that! I spent all night perfecting this final weapon.
Shizune places it down on the ground to free up her hands, and immediately starts playfully tapping it between her feet like a soccer ball. Definitely not what you should do to anything you're going to call a final weapon.
All part of my get Misha to stop being so depressed plan. I stayed up all last night working on it. When we tried to order in last time, Misha barely got anything, and used it as an excuse to leave early. I won't let her get off so easily this time. The food is already here. She'll have to sit down and eat with us. It's the perfect bait. Doesn't everything look irresistible? I tried to make it myself, but I don't know how to make it look all fancy, so I ended up buying everything. Still looks delicious, doesn't it? It should be.
She's very perky today, juiced up on the thought of cheering Misha up. Although it's odd to see her so happy about it, I know that she's just as unsure now as she was yesterday. The only thing that has changed is that by viewing it as another sort of challenge for herself, she can put her worries aside and throw herself into it recklessly.
It has worked well enough for Shizune so far. It wouldn't surprise me if it's the only way she knows how to live. It's a little early, though.
It's already 8 in the morning. That's late. Even Misha gets up at 8 or 9. She goes to bed at 7 p.m., but that isn't important.
It's very important.
Shizune ignores me, gagging my hands by taking them in hers instead of a more proper rebuttal. The way she lingers against me a moment longer than expected feels really comforting.
The point is, she's awake right now, walking around somewhere. Let's go find her.
She sprints out the door impatiently, and her gusto as she drags me along looking for Misha makes me feel more like I'm following a hunter on a safari than looking for a mutual friend. We don't have to look very hard. We don't have to look very hard. Even cropped short, her pink hair stands out. The fact that she's just meandering around the grounds out in the open makes it even easier.
Now I'm sounding like a safari hunter.
Exclamation mark! Exclamation point? Misha!
Huh?
We were just looking for you.
It's a good day for a picnic. You should join us. We even have caviar. Not sturgeon, of course, but really tasty. Caviar? Surgeon?
Apparently finding it annoying to have to explain anything at length with only one hand, Shizune gives up quickly.
Fish eggs. What? It tastes good. Sorry, Shichan. I think I'll pass for today.
When Misha starts to walk away, Shizune holds the bag out towards me, needing me to take it so that her hands can be free.
Why do I just imagine that meme? Like, you know that meme a couple years ago where it's like, someone is going to go fight somebody off screen, so they take off their earrings or whatever else, and it's like, you know, hold my shit, and it's like, okay, babe! You know? Yeah, it's go get him!
As soon as it's out of her hands, she darts in front of Misha, cutting her off.
I made so much food, though. Sorry, I'm just not hungry right now.
Ellipses. When are you going to be hungry then?
Shichan, that's impossible to know!
You can guess. The tension between them infuriates Shizune, and she's trying to deal with it by trying to The tension between them infuriates Shizune, and she's trying to deal with it by trying to tear through it. But that approach isn't going to work. I thought and hoped that Misha had gotten herself together, but I guess she was just cut too deep by what happened. In that case, it's really out of anyone's hands. I believe that Shizune might understand that on some level. If she didn't, she wouldn't have any doubts at all. Because she can't speak, though, I've learned to notice her hesitation. It's very clear. She might as well be screaming. Misha waves her hands in front of her, not wanting to continue the discussion any further, and quickly slips away. Shizune fumes silently, reluctant to let her go but having no way to keep her here. As Misha's back grows smaller in the distance, I wonder where she's heading off to. Is Shizune wondering the same thing as she bites her lip in frustration? I want to touch her reassuringly on the shoulder, but I stop myself, not knowing if it's the right thing to do. Not because she looks fragile, vulnerable, or sad. It's the opposite. After a while, her expression belies no emotion at all, only contemplation. Suddenly, she whirls around.
Now all this food is going to go to waste.
Yeah.
That makes me mad.
Although it's obvious Shizune is more hurt than mad. The bag dangling from my hand feels like it's filled with lead.
Let's go on a date.
Let's use it then.
Where do you want to go?
I don't know.
The roof. It's my favorite spot.
A wry smile appears on her face, disappearing just as quickly.
We're gonna have such a big meal for breakfast. What about lunch and dinner?
On the roof, I immediately crack open the caviar, ignoring a derisive look from Shizune all the while. I end up putting it down immediately. Where are the toast points?
I didn't make any. Like I told you, I bought everything.
Not toast points, though.
Why is that important? Anyway, they don't sell just toast points. That would be stupid.
I bet they do.
Maybe in stores for the exceptionally lazy, but not here. Why don't you use a tortilla chip?
A tortilla chip is not the same.
They're both triangles. Stop being such a princess. I didn't know there was a proper way to eat caviar. This is the first I'm hearing of it.
It's not the same thing at all. I can't be decadent like this. And anyway, how can she not know? She lives in a huge mansion. Shizune takes the opportunity to scoop half the tin onto a single chip in the meantime. Hey! I'm sure it doesn't even taste good like that. Ellipses. There's too much food here for 2 people. Because we can't communicate with each other while we eat, both Shizune and I have a lot of time to sit in silence and think about the fact that Misha, the person she set all this up for, isn't here.
It's annoying that she isn't here. I can't even enjoy my meal like this.
I stare at the paper cup next to her, still half full of juice. I thought you didn't want all this food to go to waste.
I wanted Misha to be here too. That was the whole point. I wasn't able to accomplish what I wanted to, so it doesn't taste good. You should eat it. Eat more.
I want the fried things, though. You keep eating them all, even though you say they don't taste good.
Fried things are always delicious. There's always an exception for them.
You'll get fat. I think you're being too aggressive.
It's like I told you yesterday. I'm only trying to cheer her up.
Yeah, but it seems more like you're planning a military campaign.
I'm only trying to take it seriously. And this is the only way I know how to do it seriously. I feel so powerless. I hate it. I can't even yell at her too, even though I want to. Yelling is for serious occasions, right?
Yeah.
You should yell at Misha for me. You can tell her that I want her to stop being so down. Even if she feels sad and alone, it's no reason to stay gloomy forever.
Why don't you?
I already did. Over a game of dice. Under to be exact. I won 5 times.
Only the 2 of them would take so much pride in winning games of pure chance.
Then I tried to talk to her, but it didn't go so well, obviously.
Well, so did I. I tried and failed.
My goal has always been to do everything better, though.
Yeah, your one-upmanship is really something.
But I failed too. That's why I want your help. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do anymore.
For someone like Shizune, who has only ever interacted with the world by locking horns with every obstacle in her path, understanding only goes so far.
Guess who's starting to feel it? And we're not even 2.5 hours yet. Thankfully, we're close to our break, so...
I want to tell her that she doesn't have to worry, that she's great at cheering people up, because she managed to cheer me up my first week here. In retrospect, I must have looked like kind of a dick, being in such a sour mood from the moment I came here. Even though I don't think I was being unreasonable. Even having months to digest it, finding out that you have a heart defect like I did is hard to deal with. I had had much less time to mull over suddenly being transferred to Yamaku on top of that. Spending the festival with Shizune really helped me out of a rut. I was happy. Enough to forget that the entire time it had felt as though she were manipulating me. I understand now that I had allowed myself to be manipulated.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
Even though I felt like I was at the bottom of the world, I still wanted to have a normal life again, I'm sure, because I enjoy what I have now. I think it must be the same for everyone, including Misha. Everyone wants someone there to pull them up out of their self-pity. It's just that Misha always wanted Shizune to be that person, but because they can't be together, I think Misha feels like that she can't accept Shizune's hand, and that frustrates Shizune. But if she could cheer up a stranger like me, then she'll die trying with Misha. I could see it in her eyes, too. Though she tries to treat it like any other problem in her life, Shizune cannot do that with Misha's depression. Her thought processes are entirely different, in some ways more careful, in some ways more reckless and frenetic. She cares that much more. I end up not saying anything, partly because sitting next to her like this, just the two of us, is pleasant enough in itself that I don't want to interrupt the moment with a question. And partly for a more cowardly reason. I've started to think they weren't, but I don't know if her actions that day might not have been an afterthought, or even a fluke, just a collection of coincidences. I don't know if that would change anything, but I'm uncomfortable thinking about it. The fence behind me trembles slightly, and I turn to see that it's because Shizune has fallen asleep leaning against it. Considering she was up all night, it's not surprising. Where does all that motivation come from? Not just in regards to Misha. I'm cynical, so it's hard for me to just accept that anyone can simply be that strong. My first thought was that maybe it's because she hates herself. It's very plausible. Leaning against her, I feel sad knowing that that might be the case. But it could be that we're similar in that we both want to be better people.
Starting to feel it. This might be the last scene we do before we end up taking a break, so... Invasion! What the fuck does that mean? Oh my god, are we being invaded by Kenji again? That would be fucking great, just for me to get a headache? I also need to get up soon.
Okay. It seems like I ate too much yesterday, because I wake up in the morning feeling just nauseous enough for it to be a problem. Excuse me. I really can't postpone going into town for shopping, though. So despite wanting to roll over and sleep it away, I forced myself to get up and dress instead. Somewhere between buying toothpaste and a few other groceries, I end up walking it off. Then I feel hungry. After stopping for breakfast, it hits me how much time has gone by. I hadn't expected to be out this long at all. I'm not even sure if I bothered to lock my door. I should really get back.
Oh! I didn't expect to see you here!
When I get back to the dorm, I see Hideaki standing in front of my room from the entrance.
I can think of few things more unexpected.
And I can't help thinking I might have a heart attack just from the surprise. Fortunately, it doesn't happen. As soon as he sees me, he says hello in his usual detached way. I'm a little slow to reply to him, so he repeats the greeting without missing a beat. Hello. Is something wrong?
I'm just surprised to see you here.
Not as surprised as I could have been, since it's impossible to mistake him for anyone else. I'd recognize those weird clothes anywhere. Come to think of it, I've really surrounded myself with distinctive-looking people lately, almost like I'm in a game, but that's not possible. Hideaki's head lolls slightly to one side, a little too easily. Why? Is it unusual to see someone's family come to see them?
Well, Yeah, actually.
So, Hideaki isn't such a robot after all. In fact, it's almost as if he's more caught off guard by the fact that In fact, it's almost as if he's more caught off guard by the fact that he even can be caught off guard, but he recovers quickly. Nevertheless, in that brief moment, he looks his age. The uncomfortable side of his seems like the more honest, and I wouldn't mind seeing more of it. Not so much, though, that I'd go out of my way to pry. Only Shizune would be that zealous. That my thoughts get so far is proof she is rubbing off on me.
I think that you'd have a reason, that's all.
There is one.
See?
Anyway, we can talk while we're looking for her.
That's why you're here, right?
Shizune's in the student council room. I was looking for you. We might take a trip soon. A family trip. Do you think she would want to come with us?
Yeah, I don't know. She's kind of been on the warpath lately, with a lot of stuff. And once she's focused on something, she won't just drop it. I guess you would know that.
Hideaki looks much more at ease walking around than I did my first week.
So, this isn't your first time here? Just throwing it out there.
Of course, completely ignoring the surrounding environment could just run in the family. It'd explain why Hideaki seems so distant from Shizune. I get the feeling there's more to it than just her deafness. No, but this is the first time I could walk around so much. It is kind of weird here. I bumped into a person who told me women are not allowed in the dorms. After I told him I'm not a woman, he told me I was misleading, and then accused me of being an assassin. I was warned that he was not only invincible, but strong enough to probably destroy the building with a punch, or at least knock over the painting hanging in the hallway. By the way, that painting is actually screwed to the wall.
Yeah, that's the guy across the hall from me. He's okay. Hopefully.
I see. Oh, you left your door open. It was unlocked when I came here.
I'm a little annoyed that Hideaki knows that.
The only way he could is if he had opened my door. But the feeling passes.
It doesn't matter. I have nothing to hide or steal.
Your soccer ball is really nice.
That's one of the things that doesn't matter.
If you're a soccer player, a soccer ball is very important.
I guess it is.
The thought makes me smile. I'm here because my father bought a new phone and he wanted to update Shizune in case she needs to call him. I thought that you should know too, since you're her boyfriend, aren't you?
Yeah. Why?
Just in case there is something wrong or she needs anything.
It isn't what I meant, but I'll go along.
Even if she did, she probably wouldn't call. That's how she is.
Well, if you know... Coming all the way here for that, though? He could have updated her via email.
He doesn't like using emails.
That's so old-fashioned. Don't tell me he still does business through regular mail or something.
Silence. Now it's my turn to feel awkward. Is Hideaki taking it literally, or did I hit the mark?
Nah. I'm sure that what it really comes down to is that he does want to see his daughter and stay in contact with her. In the end, they're still family after all, even though they play at being at each other's throats. Oh, God. Lord, please help me.
The door to the student council room is open, and Hideaki and I walk in on Jigoro in mid-rant. He sees us, but decides that it's not something worth stopping rambling at Shizune over.
This is really shaking my faith in my previous assumption. When I was in the student council, our room was smaller. Colder, too. Like working out of a meat locker. Not like you spoiled kids. What a waste. Sitting here in your giant room doing nothing.
Ellipses.
Aren't there only 3 of you? That makes having so many desks only seem like an unnecessary display of mindless decadence. Appalling. You must use the desks you need and not one more. It's part of my code.
It may be odd of me to think so, but hearing only one half of a conversation is pretty strange. Also, that's some code. Now that I've arrived, he changes the subject and starts talking about the reason he's here.
Hideaki and I are going on a trip.
Ellipses.
What are you doing? Does everyone who uses sign language mumble while they do it?
No, but I'm just an amateur. It helps me think. It's kind of like force of habit.
Just an amateur. Unbelievable. Fine.
He turns back to Shizune just in time to catch her shaking her head from side to side.
Are you sure you won't be coming along?
She reiterates the gesture.
Fine. Can you tell her to call me if she needs anything? What do you mean call? She can't hear!
Yes. I really think sending an email would have been easier, though.
I'm not going to read emails on my phone. If she won't speak, she can call Hideaki. I suppose if I have to be reached, you would have to call me, or the other girl would have to call me.
Excuse me.
Actually, all 3 of you can just call Hideaki.
And with that, he swiftly turns and leaves, Hideaki trailing behind him. A long trip for something that took 5 minutes. Neither of them can express their feelings very well. In Shizune's case, I have to question whether she would if she could. It explains a lot, but she doesn't seem unhappy with the arrangement. Even so, I wonder if she might be. When the door closes behind them, leaving Shizune and me by ourselves, she lets out a deep breath that seems to echo in the silence of the room.
It's totally ridiculous asking me to go on a trip. The timing couldn't be worse. It overlaps the student council elections, for one. Second, I haven't even cheered up Misha. If you consider that, it's annoying to even have anything else to think about.
Yeah, but you might be too focused on all of that stuff right now. Shizune adjusts her glasses roughly.
Completely 100% right. The minute I decided I was going to cheer up Misha, everything else went on the back burner, I suppose.
I think your dad might care about you more than he lets on.
I know.
So then, it could be a good idea.
No.
And then again, more firmly, as if for both of us.
No. After coming this far, I can't take a break. A vacation would be jarring. It would be like waking up in a different life. Yesterday was like my vacation, so now we have to go all in. I'm sorry, but it's just how I am.
I remember what Yuko said, that she found Shizune brave in a kind of way. I think I understand what she meant, and I have to agree. Even though it could also be called recklessness, and foolishness, and pointless stubbornness, I guess you could call it bravery too. However, I can see that there is a fundamental flaw in Shizune's thinking that I hadn't noticed until now. I'm sure that Shizune has reflected longer and more arduously than I could about where she messed up to create such a bad situation between her and Misha. However, as typical for her, she wouldn't let it hold her back and immediately set out to fix the problem. This completely ignores a large part of the problem, Misha herself. Moving from critical introspection to holding Misha up as part of a goal causes the person to get lost in the shuffle. Shizune has said a lot in the past few days, but nothing about how Misha feels. Shizune's way of thinking is abnormal. Few normal people would reject a friend, and then expect things to go back to the way they were so easily. Shizune does, because she sees life as, if I had to put it simply, capable of being segmented and compartmentalized. Misha, like anyone else, sees it as a whole experience, a long, continuous journey, where one moment of heartache can follow you forever. For Shizune, an event is an event, and few of them cross over. Life is compartmentalized around triumphs, failures, and decisions, where each one stands as its own story.
It's why the thought of a vacation is jarring to her. It's why she can only appreciate people's immediate emotions. It's exactly how someone obsessed with living in the moment would think, really. Likewise, Shizune can see Misha as a friend, but I doubt that she has ever thought of Misha as anything more until recently, or questioned anything about her. Misha as Misha would be enough for her, even if to Misha it must be unbelievably stifling. Shizune is just Shizune to herself. It's likely she doesn't even think about the after effects of her actions in the long term, as long as they stir up other people's lives. To Misha, though, I'm sure it made her seem almost heroic, like Yuko admiring her bravery, and even myself. And Shizune's thoughts on that sentiment are that it was good she could touch someone's life. But it ends there. It's easy to captivate, much harder to nurture. On to the next thing. Thinking of life in terms of almost completely isolated events has a tendency to isolate a person, too. Though she's trying to remedy it now, the point remains. There is simply no way Shizune could have avoided hurting Misha. Her emotional investment in Shizune was something Shizune couldn't account for, so she didn't. Combined with her personality, it was inevitable. Both of them have pretty much told me all of that in bits and pieces over the past couple months I've known them. In the middle of considering their differences, an idea begins to take shape in my mind.
Oh, that was a lot of text. I just had to fucking read. But I kind of get it. It's like basically... It's the fact... It's basically Shizune is not considering that, like, rejecting Misha is having a problem on her now. You know? Like, she doesn't really think about the ripple effects. I mean, obviously, you know, it is right that, yeah, Shizune could have avoided hurting Misha. It's like, listen, you know, and believe me, Shizune does, I mean, and yeah, like, and it does, you know, like, Shizune was not in the wrong for rejecting Misha. It's like, you know, it's like, she's straight as far as, as far as canon goes, alright? We know fan fictions have a different thing, but... You know, but yeah, I think Shizune was in the right to reject Misha. I'm not saying it sucked or that it, you know, or that she enjoyed it, but she never thought to consider, like, what would the ripple effects be? Like, keeping Misha on as a friend despite the fact that she's in love with her, you know? And obviously... Like, I guess a good way to put it is that, like, this is always going to happen. You know? This was going to happen, whether or not, I think Hisao just being there kind of, like, sped it up, you know? Although it is kind of depressing to think about the idea that, like, this could have happened regardless of Hisao being there or not. Are you working on your plan right now? This second? Your cheer at Misha plan.
Of course. I was thinking about it the whole time I was being yelled at.
Wow. I cannot imagine tuning out your father for that.
Flicking her glasses up the bridge of her nose with an oddly triumphant air, she taps her finger against her temple.
It's multitasking.
Really? Isn't it more like you're able to concentrate on something like that because you can't hear? Wait, I just realized what I said. It must be great tuning out your father. It's like, well, of course she can. I didn't even think about that. Whoops, I'm so sorry. Well, whatever. When I ask her what she thinks of mine, it turns out we've both arrived at a similar idea.
Okay, cool. Finished off a scene. Excuse me. Alrighty, we're gonna take our break. I am kind of curious. Oh my gosh. I am kind of curious though. How many scenes do we've got? We went off. So okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, there was 11 scenes. Actually. Oh, actually, wait a minute. I just realized this is not the bad ending. This would probably be the scene in which if he did sleep with Misha. One of these scenes has to be the bad end then. So 10 scenes. Okay. So we're at 4. So we have 6. Actually, I think if we were to speed run through these scenes, we could actually be done with it. Ooh, this might actually make me consider having to end the stream by 3, actually. Regardless, we're gonna take a break. Don't worry, we're taking our break. Don't worry, I'm not gonna make you guys wait so long. God, why did it feel like Act 3 and 2 took so much longer? Because I know that one of those scenes that we're gonna be seeing is the sex scene. And I actually thought there would be 3 sex scenes in this, but I guess there's only 2. Because again, I know that Emmy's had the most. Well, I say the most, but it's like, I mean, because yeah, Emmy had 3 sex scenes. Hanako had the 1. I believe Rin has 3. I know, God, Lily has a lot too. I know that. I don't know. We'll just, I would have to like wait and see. Sorry about that. Oh, I see. Okay. Man. Have I ever said before about how it's like about how like I feel like I've developed this like worry in the back of my head lately. I say lately, it's more like the past few months. Actually, past a year, honestly. Of like, that like, I feel like every time like I take like a few hours off of social media, meaning like every time I go to like, every time I wake up, or I have to go out, or even doing this, I'm always afraid, or I'm always worried that, like, there's gonna be something big that happens, right? While I'm sleeping, or I'm out, or I'm streaming. And I'm not gonna know about it until, like, you know, until obviously later, and I'm like, oh shit, you know? Like, I'm not gonna lie, the last time that happened, I think I was playing a game or something. I was either playing a game or streaming. And I didn't know about what had happened until like literally as I was trying to lay down for bed. And I was reading through it and it's like, oh god, you know, like I had that pit in my stomach. And and the thing is, like, whenever I get anxious, I get very restless. Like, and in order for me to, like, kind of expend all that anxious energy, I tend to, like, pace around. And normally, you know, and talk myself through, like, everything I'm feeling, right? But that night, or that morning sucked, because it's like, it was literally as I was, like, getting ready to lay down in bed to go to sleep that I saw it, and I was like, oh god. Like, I couldn't, like, I was restless. I was like I was like alternating between pacing and sitting down. Like, it was a lot. It was a lot. And I feel like ever since then, that it led me to developing, like, that kind of fear in the back of my head. That it's just like, oh, I'm gonna have to, like, I need to, like, get up, I need to get up, I need to, like, you know? Anyway. It is break time, which means you can go get something to eat, something to drink, basically do whatever it is you want, because we're gonna be taking a break. I'm gonna shoot for maybe 30 minutes to 40 minutes. 30 to 40 minutes for this break. Oh, and go to, and also I am, you know, but yeah, so I'm gonna go get a small thing real quick, go to the bathroom, and then I'll come back. All right? See you soon. Alright, I'm back. Took a little bit longer than I thought. Got myself a Pop-Tart. Probably only gonna eat one. I will say, if you hear me shifting about, it's because, with it starting to get warmer out again, I'm back to wearing shorts instead of pants, and the problem is that my chair is leather. So unfortunately, my skin loves to stick to it. Trying to think of, like, you know, what is there to talk about? I honestly can't think of anything. Oh, by the way, I checked Twitter, nothing happened. Thank God. It really is just like, I'm waiting for it to happen. Okay, good. I'm not gonna lie. There was a part of me that's like, I really want to eat chips. But also, that would be really bad. Because I'm sure y'all do not want to hear me crunching on chips. So I'm not going to do it. Don't worry. I will resist the impulse. Man, I feel like this last month I've just done fuck all. In terms of, like, any kind of work whatsoever. I mean, as I said, I've been having to deal with crazy weather lately. I mean, don't get me wrong. It could be worse. It could be worse. Like, I could be like the poor sons of bitches, like, in the states surrounding me, where it feels like they're having to deal with flooding and tornadoes, like, every weekend. Whereas we just kind of get some rain here and there. I mean, we haven't been getting tornadoes, but it's like we have been getting, like, some pretty scary wind gusts and all that. And you know what sucked is that, I think it was a couple weekends ago. Yeah, a couple weekends ago. Where, there was, like, a thunderstorm outbreak. And it's like, there was a part, because the thing is that, the thunderstorm outbreak was scheduled literally a day after, you know, a new wave of VTubers were gonna debut, and I was like, oh god. And it made me really glad that's like, oh, thank god they did it on a Friday night instead of a Saturday, because It was pretty bad that Saturday night. I mean, granted, we were all fine, like, nothing happened for the most part, but it was still like, ah, shit. Oh, excuse me. Oh, that's something I could talk about. Maybe? Well, maybe if I don't go into specifics. So, like, obviously, because it's starting to get warmer out now, it's also starting to get, I don't know, it's getting particularly, like, windy. Right? And the thing is that, it's like, it feels like every day this has been happening, but, we've been getting, warnings for fire risk, right? And this past Sunday, I was it didn't happen here in my town, of course, which thank God, but, I got an email that basically told us, like, you know, that, like, oh, evacuations were happening because there was a fire, near one of the mountains that is next to us. Like, it's not, I don't know how to put it, it's like, but it is a mountain that, like, we know where it is, right? And it's like, oh shit, you know? Because it's like, the thing is, I've never lived through a fucking fire. Not to mention, like, having fires in the southeast of all regions in America, that is weird. I mean, it's like, I mean, don't get me wrong when I say, like, I'm not saying that it's like, I think it's weird that fires at all are happening. You know, I'm just saying that, like, oh, it's not as like common as, you know, as in California. I mean, God knows I've been seeing, like, how, like, seriously, it feels like California is on fire, like, every other month at this point. And I know that sounds like a mean joke to make it the expense of everybody that's been displaced by those fires. It's not. I swear to you, it sucks, don't get me wrong. But it's like, am I wrong in saying that, like, it feels like California's on fire every other month? I'm almost beginning to wonder if California's going to be renamed to Hell State. Anyway, yeah, so that happened this past Sunday, and it's like, that was really worrying. Because, as I said, I've never lived through a fire before. You know? I mean, there's a lot of natural disasters I've never lived through, you know? But it's like, obviously, I imagine that, you know, obviously where you live, you're gonna expect, you know, certain disasters. Like, again, in the southeast, you're expecting hurricanes, because you're expecting hurricanes, or not tornadoes, that's more central U.S., you know, and it would be weird of me to expect an earthquake, because I don't think this part of the U.S. is, like, situated on like, you know, tectonic plates that are like the Ring of Fire back in the West Coast. But regardless, it's like, you know, again, you don't think of a fire because, again, the Southeast in general is a lot more humid, a lot more wet. So, you know, but throughout Sunday night, I was, like, kind of, like, worrying, because it was like, oh god, what are we gonna do? Because, like, it was, like, a few miles away from us, you know? Like, it was actually kind of ridiculous. There were 3 fires that were, like, in my county, you know? But the closest one was the one that lasted the longest. I mean, and I will say this right now, for anyone worrying, no one got hurt. No one died, no one even got hurt, honestly, and no buildings were destroyed. They got damaged. Some of them got damaged, but for the most part, it was only that, right? But, like, I'm not gonna lie, you know, but obviously there's the whole worry of, like, oh god, what if it spreads here? And so it's like, I was talking with my dad of, like, you know, what are we gonna do if it spreads over here? I mean, obviously we're gonna evacuate. Don't get me wrong, we're gonna evacuate. You know, but it's like we didn't have anything like prepared. And I mean, and to be fair, why would we? Because again, fires are not that common here. I mean, at the very least, I was like, okay, well, if we need to, it's like, well, we gotta prepare some clothes, you know, like the essentials, clothes, phone chargers, and maybe a few prized possessions that we would not want to lose in a fire just in case. The only thing is that we would also have to wonder about the pets, because obviously, like, we would have to bring Layla and Sushi with us. We're not fucking leaving them in a fire, and we're not gonna leave them in a house that might potentially burn down. So, you know, and the thing is like, you know, oh, we would also have to bring food, because there's no way that, you know, I mean, granted, thankfully we did stock up on pet food, you know, the week before, so it's like we were fine. But even then, it's like, oh god, because Layla's too big to be in a carrier, you know, or a cage, so she would just be wandering around. Sushi has a carrier, but it was more so worrying, like, well, how is she gonna go to the bathroom? Because she uses a litter box, and there's no way that the place that we might have to take shelter in for a night or two is gonna let a litter box in. I don't know. It was just like, but yeah, it was pretty worrying. I mean, thankfully, from what I heard, thankfully we did get some rain later on that Sunday. That definitely helped mitigate the spread of the fire. And from what I heard last time, they basically contained it on Monday, so the next day, which is good. I mean, granted, it's still burned hundreds of acres of land, but the most important thing, obviously, is that, you know, no one got hurt from it, and yeah, it was just crazy. Right? Especially because it's like, that Sunday we were hearing sirens, you know, from like fire crews going off to fight the fire. And we even heard like one of those airplanes that carry like the fire retardant with them, called, I learned later on it was called red dye, you know, in order to really, you know, mitigate the spread. But still, it was just like, holy shit, you know, like, that was a little scary, little terrifying. But yeah, there's a lot of, like, but yeah, other than that, I don't think there's much of anything. I will say, I went back to reading, mainly because, last Saturday, my electric company decided to just do a scheduled blackout for 4 hours, and it's like, I was bored as shit. Granted, it would have caught us off guard if I didn't get an email that offhandedly mentioned it. Like, it began shortly after midnight and ended at like 4 in the morning. So I was like tired. I was bored as shit. Like, I mean, and that pushed me back into finishing up a book that I had, with my ADHD brain, just had put down for like a few months. And I finished it within like an hour and a half. Oh god, and since then I picked up on one of the other books I got, and I'm like 3/4 of the way through it now. It's interesting. Oh man, I wish, maybe this is a symptom of ADHD or autism or whatnot, but like, I wish I didn't have this tendency where if I make some pretty major progress in something, like a book or a game or whatnot, like, and I'm talking like when I'm like almost done, right? Like 80-90% complete, or even halfway through, like Final Fantasy 15, and I just put it down and never go back to it. And I just put it down intending, like, okay, I'll pick it back up, like, the next day, right? Only to then procrastinate getting back to it for months. Or years in some cases. Like, I wish I didn't have that tendency. I don't know what it's called. Like, I don't know what it's called other than just, like, extreme procrastination. I mean, the best way I can describe it is that the only way I can describe or explain it is that I think it's just because, like, depending on how much I enjoyed it, I don't want it to stop, because obviously once I reach the finish line, that means it stops. And I don't want the fun to end. So I just never pick it back up after I put it down for a little bit. And it's not even, that, like, I'm not having fun with it. I mean, I think about Pokemon Legends Arceus, where, like, I had a lot of fun with that game. But the thing is, like, I put it down after I spent, like, a few weeks playing it, and I haven't picked it up since. Even though I know at some point I need to get back to that game, because I want to play Legend ZA. And I feel like it would be doing, Arceus a disservice to just put that on the back burner while I play ZA. I mean, I do wonder if it could potentially be, like, maybe a bit of burnout. You know? Because, like, because obviously, as I said, like, when I make major progress into this kind of thing, I tend to kind of, like, hyper-focus on it, if that makes sense. Like, I mean, again, like, as I said, like, I can get through, like, 80% of a book, or 75% through a game. And obviously that takes me time to get to that point. And I usually do it pretty daily, pretty much. So I wonder if it is just, like, like a case of, like, a hyper-focus or not hyperfixation, because I feel like those last longer. But if it is a case of, like, just hyper-focusing on something so much that you just kind of burn out on it, even though you really do enjoy it. Like, maybe that's the thing. But who knows, right? And that's part of the reason, like, and and relating it to what I'm doing now, which is streaming, I think it's, like, streaming, if anything, kind of helps me with that. Because it's like, I know that, because I tell myself that it's like, it's like, well, if I was just streaming this game, I would definitely have finished it by now. Now granted, I know I know that isn't always the solution. I mean, I think about that one, DDLC mod I played years ago that I never went back to and finished, because I think part of it was because I was burnt out, but it was also because I was getting too depressed from it, which I think is the point. I mean, because that DDLC mod, I remember, was focused on Sayori's depression, so... But still, that's all. Honestly, I think that's, like, the only thing I can remember that I've left, like, unfinished. Maybe? Yeah. Well, then again, there was also the Fatal Frame watch-along, because I remember saying I wanted to do a watch-along of Fatal Frame 4, but then I never did. But I wouldn't necessarily say that was... I wouldn't necessarily say that, like... That was because... I think a lot of it was just because it's, like... I don't know. Maybe? I don't know. I feel like that doesn't necessarily apply, because that would imply that I started it and I never finished it. But I never started it, period. So, there's that. But there's also... I mean, I'm trying to think, though. Because, I mean... I know for a fact we're gonna go back and do more Undertale Yellow, even though that might be on the back burner for a little bit. obviously I want to finish through this visual novel more than anything. I know eventually we'll get back to Your Turn to Die once, you know, once the final part releases. I do want to get back into the Fire Emblem Awakening support reactions. I do want to get back into that. I just don't know when that'll be, because it's like... I think if I remember right, I saved those for when I didn't have anything else to do. In between, like, when we were, like, transitioning between games. I know at some point I need to get back to Night in the Woods. I'm more so dreading it, mainly because of the technical difficulties I obviously have experienced throughout those streams because of the encoding and the frame rate just being shit. But, there is that. But I honestly can't think of anything else that, like, I've left uncompleted in this stream that wasn't intentional. I mean, because, and even going back to the Pokemon tier list streams, those are definitely coming back next month. And I know, like, and, you know, and I know there's, the Ace Attorney stuff. Believe me, that's still gonna happen. I just need to buy shit. But yeah, I mean, I think, like, anything outside of that, though, I think we're good. But yeah, I mean, I definitely feel like for streaming, it kind of just forces me to finish something. I mean, believe me when I say that, when it came to the letter and we were doing, like, all those routes, I think streaming was the only thing that made me want to go back to it. Like, after, like, we got, like, you know, some of the endings we got. I will say, though, there is a part of me that wants to go back to Tokyo Dark. Because I remember saying that, like, oh, I want to experience the other endings on my own time. But I haven't gone back to that game since I streamed it last, so I don't know, that might be a thing. Granted, it's not gonna be like, granted, we're not gonna make that the entire game for October. You don't have to worry about that. Like, nah, we might spend, like, a stream on it at best. And it might be a short one as well. But, you know, I do want to, but I at the very least do want to go back to Tokyo Dark so that maybe we could get, like, a better ending than the one we got. Because, you know, when you think about it, ending that game off with that kind of ending is kind of depressing and is very unsatisfying. I don't know what the hell I don't know what past me was thinking when I said, like, oh, I want to end it here. So there was that. But yeah, and I will say this too, even if we don't somehow, if we somehow manage to not finish Shizune's route today, which I'm not gonna lie, I honestly think we might. Because I didn't realize how short, I don't want to say short, but, like, we only have, like, 6 scenes left for Act 4 of Shizune's route. And believe me when I say, I actually think that it would be really great if I finished it off tonight, so that way we can start on Rin's path back in all the way in November/December. You know, for a minute I forgot, like, why did I postpone Katawa Shoujo to, like, January, February, to February and March, and then I was like, oh right, Date with Death. Date with Death DLC. That took, like, I don't understand how the hell well, then again, the DLC was, like, I mean, it ended up being shorter, technically. But then again, we also went through all the endings. We also went through all the endings as well. Well, no, we went through 2 of the endings. Why did I say we went through 4 of the endings? One of them's a bad end that I didn't want to subject myself to again, and the other was an ending that I was like, it's alright. Oh, jeez. You know, on an unrelated note, I did see that 2.5 Studios was releasing another dating sim game. God, I don't remember what the name of it was. But apparently from what I heard, it's set in the same universe as A Date with Death. So, I'm kind of curious how the 2 games are like, connected. Like, granted, I'm not expecting, like, direct connections, but, like, it would be kind of interesting if you hear, like, a cameo, right, about Casper or something like that in that game. That would be, like, it would be interesting. I just don't know how it would, like, come about. Because, you know, would it take in the base game's ending or the DLC's ending? And which of the DLC ending would you get? I will say, though, I don't know if I'm gonna play it, honestly. It's not quite striking for me. You know, it's not quite striking for me. But who knows? Who knows? Like, things might change. So we'll keep an eye on it at the very least. I was just thinking about it. I'm just thinking about it. It's like, how would you, like, and I don't even mean, like, you know, Casper showing up directly. I'm just talking, like, maybe, like, you'll have, the main characters of that game talking about, like, a certain, you know, a certain individual that they had seen, you know, somewhere, you know? You know, they go into a little bit more detail and you're like, oh my god, that's Casper, right? Okay. Okay, it has been, we're 10 past 3 hours. So, I think now is a good time as any to, like, get back to what we were doing before. To get back to playing. Again, if we do somehow manage to finish Shizune's route in this, stream. Wow, I forgot the word. That would be great. What would the caption be tonight? Oh shit. Okay, fix that. What do I want to have? I honestly can't think. That's great. Oh, pfft, I just completely forgot. Oh my god, Airi. There we go. Okay, Twitter. Alrighty. Alright, we'll be seeing Firefox in a little bit. Okay. Shush. Good fucking lord, the TV is like fucking with me. Okay, there we go. Obviously, I have to be super precise with my windows. Oh, God, and I have to shift in my chair because my skin is sticking to the seat. Alrighty. Parfait. Alrighty. Although it makes me feel kind of uneasy, since we're talking about a human being, the first step is to corner Misha. Though the situation is a little too much like something out of a cop drama for me, it's come to this because talking to her normally is proving to be near impossible. But we do have classes together, even the very first class of the day. Although it takes a while for the announcement to come, the second that I hear we're going to be working in groups today, Shizune and I try to make sure Misha's in ours. You know, I think Muto assigns a suspiciously large amount of group work and self-study, don't you think so?
But it's easy, so it's okay, right?
Yeah? There's other stuff that I've been thinking about lately that might not be okay, though. Misha nods after each sentence, then brushes it all aside.
I thought about it, and I don't do enough work when I work with you and Shichan. So I'm going to try harder today. So don't distract me, Hichan. I have to stay focused.
That was an annoyingly transparent dodge. Shizune doesn't look too happy either, since Misha didn't bother to sign any of it, opting to twirl a pen in her hands instead. From the shaky way she was doing it, I'm sure it was so she wouldn't sign anything inadvertently. From the way Misha looks, distracted and uneasy, I doubt it's because she wants to keep Shizune out of the loop for any malicious reason. Although it's still obviously a way of distancing Shizune from herself. Shizune wants to talk to you.
Can't it wait until later, Hichan?
No. Why not now?
We're in the middle of class.
Now she's spinning a pen in each hand. I'm beginning to think her signing has turned into a kind of nervous tic for her. This isn't a good replacement, although the sight of her dual wielding is pretty impressive. After class, then. Okay. After class, I don't waste a second bringing it back up. As everyone else flies out of the classroom, leaving the three of us alone, Misha takes increasingly longer glances in every direction except forward. Do you want to get something to eat?
Why do you and Shichan keep asking me if I want to eat something? Hichan?
Because we're all headed to the cafeteria and we haven't eaten together in a long time. So why not?
Is this about the student council?
Ellipses. Taking Shizune's lack of a reply as admission, Misha sighs.
Shichan, is that all you ever think about?
Before Shizune can reply, she leaves. I have to say, I'm not left feeling very confident after what's just happened. Neither of us were expecting it to go smoothly, but it would have been nice. Reading my mind, Shizune curls a finger around her glasses for a while before signing. I know what you're thinking, but no, it's not that I think we should give her some space now. I told you I wouldn't give up so easily. Yeah, well, now I'm starting to wonder if it's not too soon.
Cold feet? Well, I'm not going to. That would be giving up on her. There's a fine line between helping someone and smothering them, but I just want Misha to pull herself together and stop acting so weird. I know she can do it. Even if she wants to try, people don't change overnight. If they could, the world would be a much easier place.
Okay, you win. Then I guess this is the part where we split up and look for her. Though I'm the only one who is really supposed to find her.
If I run into her first, I'll call your cell phone.
Smiling, Shizune takes out her cell phone, turning it on to prepare. I notice that she has an extremely high number of unread messages, and looking at her expression, so does she. Twirling it around by the strap a couple of times, she grimaces.
I don't like using this thing.
Why can't I just snap my fingers? And then what? I'm not a dog, and it doesn't travel as far as a phone signal. You're having a lot of fun with this, aren't you? Shaking her head from side to side, she continues.
It's obvious where she'll go. You can't look for her on the school grounds. She would want to go as far away as she can. Check the tea shop? It's usually empty this early. Misha loves to go there if she feels like skipping class, and she loves the parfaits they have there.
You really know a lot about her. But she would overthink it and turn it into something that would seem a lot more backhanded than it actually is. So I choose to just nod and leave instead, until I feel her holding onto my sleeve. What? I say instinctively, forgetting that she can't hear me.
It feels nice that I don't have to do it all by myself anymore, because I can trust you. I'm really happy.
It makes me happy to hear it. I can't think of a way to respond, and end up only nodding again. There she is! Heading outside, I catch a glimpse of pink hair behind some other girl's head, and as I head that way, I realize that this isn't the way you go if you want to leave school. It's the way to the student council room. If I wanted to avoid Shizune, I wouldn't head there. It's strange that Misha would be going in that direction, then. Maybe she wants to talk things over with Shizune. In which case, I have to wonder if letting things play out naturally would be such a bad idea after all, especially if it seems to be going in a good direction. Suddenly, Misha stops and spins around, catching me by surprise.
Surprise, Hachan! Were you looking for me? I had a feeling!
I meant. Okay, so fine. I was going to say, hey, I was just looking for you, but I suppose that's no good now. She isn't even finished with her sentence before she blows past me, heading for the exit. I have to admit that Misha's infuriatingly sharper than I'd expected. Also, surprisingly fast. Although it's more physical activity than I think I should be getting, I managed to catch up with her halfway to the gate. You're really being the rudest woman in the world right now. Can you just stop trying to run away for 1 second? I want to talk to you. Misha turns on her heel, looking mildly amused, and raises her hands as if to tell me to go on. Now that I've got her attention, though, it's hard to think of the right thing to say. Where are you going now?
To Shanghai.
Can I go with you then? Waiting for her to answer feels like an eternity. It's almost as if I can hear my wristwatch ticking off the individual seconds.
Okay then, Hachan.
I get the sense that she only agreed because she doesn't want to argue anymore today. When we get there, a couple comes in after us, causing Misha to jump slightly at the noise. Seeing that it isn't Shizune, she relaxes again, smiling almost as usual to order a parfait from Yuko, and sliding into the nearest booth. You ran off too fast. You could have at least waited to see what she was going to say. Misha's angry reaction tells me it could be that she was afraid of what Shizune might say.
Why are you both doing this, Hachan?
Because Shizune still wants to be your friend. I guess that for her, it's kind of like launching a nuclear missile from a submarine. You need 2 keys to do it. What else can she do, though? She isn't automatically signing whatever she wants or whatever she hears or says anymore, and I'm sure that is the reason Shizune's been having so much trouble with her. If she tried to just talk it over, you wouldn't listen. Misha's guilty expression tells me I've hit the mark. Do you really hate Shizune that much?
No, Hichan, I told you that.
She answers without even flinching, idly playing with a spoon.
I don't know why you got the impression she hated her. It's more so like I can't. Being around you and her too much is hurting me because I'm in love with her. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I know. I'm sure she knows it too, but I wonder if it might be easier if you did. The only thing she's really thought about for the last week is how to make you happy. Since Shizune is still attached to you. Yesterday, though, she thought that it would be easiest for you if you just hated her. Since you didn't tell her you hate her, Shizune thinks that you can both still be friends. She's like that, only thinking in extremes. Her parfait is starting to melt, the ingredients coming together in tiny rivers that remind me of the growing roots of a tree being shown through time-lapse photography.
That's stupid. Shichan isn't that stupid, Hichan. Don't be ridiculous.
It's got nothing to do with intelligence.
Smart people can do stupid things.
And anyway, isn't it true? I was terrified last week when we talked, but at the end, I was relieved because it sounded like things might go back to normal. I wasn't expecting you two to have a fight right after.
It wasn't a fight, Hichan. It was just me yelling at her.
I've noticed that Misha's voice never really changes in tone, just volume. It's so low with guilt that I can hardly believe it came from her. Either way, I was happy, because I thought you and her could still be friends, since she needs you.
No, she doesn't, Hichan.
So? How do you know that? There's a lot of things Shizune doesn't vocalize, say, talk about. I'm afraid if I say the wrong thing, it'll ruin the mood. I get to finally have a conversation with her and don't want to screw it up. I wonder if this is the first time she's had an honest conversation with me. Just because she didn't tell you doesn't mean she doesn't like you.
That doesn't make sense.
Yes, it does. Otherwise, she would argue back. You don't think so? She picks fights with everyone, so why not you? Obviously, because you're her friend, and she values you. And Shizune is hurt too. She's just awful at showing her feelings. Usually does it the wrong way too. But she still likes you.
Hichan, do you remember when I said I didn't want to hate Shichan or upset her? The truth is, I ended up doing both. Now it's like there's an awkwardness between us. It's hard to explain.
Both of you are so stubborn. You were talking about how you didn't want to drift apart from Shizune, but then you're going to let it happen. And Shizune is just as bad. She wants to be your friend, but respects you too much to be as aggressive as she'd be with anyone else. And I'm sure that Misha interprets Shizune giving her space as a lack of caring.
I screwed up already, Hichan. It'll happen again, I'm sure. When I think about it that way, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. It feels like either way I'll end up making things worse. Then it might be better if I didn't do anything at all, right?
Don't be ridiculous. Why would you even think that way in the first place? Be more positive. It should be easy for you, I want to say, but that would be presumptuous.
Hichan, I never knew you were so optimistic. I never expected it. You always act so gloomy when I try and surprise you.
No, this is the recent thing. Really. I just hate it when people give up easily now.
Now, huh?
It makes me mad when people give up. I used to think that giving up was kind of like running away, since that's how people always describe it. But now that I think about it, it's usually more like throwing something away. When you run away from something, you can think of it as still being there. So, I was in the hospital, and I didn't just want to run away from my problems. I wanted to never think about them again. Misha eats a spoonful of her gray ice cream goo. Did she only just remember it was there now? Or could it be she likes it that way? Anyway, my point is, you can't do that. People are too sentimental to just throw their memories out like that. It's impossible. Shizune can't think of life in terms of anything but winning and losing. Don't you think she wishes she didn't have to remember the parts where she loses? You can't pick and choose, though. That's like wanting to live in a bubble. The worst part is, your way of thinking is so wasteful. It's making you so pessimistic you're afraid of everything. Come on. Wait a minute, come on. I grab her hand as I wave Yuko over with the other to pay for our food.
Where are we going now?
Back to school before lunch is over, but I want to check out a few places before then. Although I start feeling tired even after doing what could be described as on the level of a brisk jog at best, Misha and I eventually make it to the gate of the school with a little over 10 minutes to spare. I didn't even want to really come to this school, you know? I didn't have a choice. When I got to this gate, I'm sure a part of me was thinking, what a depressing place. It doesn't look depressing at all, though. Well, I still thought I had everything figured out. I felt practically like another person. If I could, I'd go back and tell myself to stop thinking he can write everything off at a glance, and acting like his life is already over and he can never have fun again. The school grounds are still littered with quite a few people. It's lunchtime, so it's typical. This is where you and Shizune had me helping you put together 2 festivals. What a lot of hard work. I thought, I don't have time for this. When I look back on it, though, I didn't do all that much. I also didn't have anything better to do. I'd have just spent the time alone. I drag her to our homeroom next, which is empty except for Muto trying to eat a sandwich before classes resume. Every time I thought of either of you, I wished you would leave me alone, whether it was here or... Leaving Muto to his lunch, we head for the nearby vending machine, and I grab a soda while I still have 5 minutes to drink it. I've spent an entire lunch period with Misha, longer than both Shizune and I have managed to find to talk to her in days. Following me to the cafeteria or trying to corner me after half my classes. I never realized we only talked like 4 times. It really was all in my head. I only barely realized it now.
I remember that, Hichan, but I know where all of these places are too.
Wait, let me finish my guided tour, since we're running out of time. By the way, do you want a soda? Making our way to the stairwell, I'm glad that I don't have to pull her by the hand anymore. You get dizzy on stairs, right?
Yeah.
I guess just here is good enough then. I lean against the wall as Misha sits down on the steps, across from me. Do you ever miss the people you went to school with in elementary school or middle school?
No.
That was fast. She didn't even have to think about it. I find myself cringing reflexively.
Yeesh. Tough crowd.
I had more friends in my old school, but I don't talk to them anymore. It almost feels like that was another lifetime ago. Which is sad, really. Sometimes I want to talk to them again, but I know I can't. I'm scared and embarrassed, things like that. They're too far away for me to go see them. Then I think about calling them, but I don't know most of their numbers. And I left on a sour note, so why would they want to see me again? It feels like I should just forget about it, but I still think about it anyway and regret that I didn't try harder to stay in touch somehow. And I start to think that maybe feeling like I should forget about it is wrong. It would be an insult to all those people I had fun with and a waste of all the good times. Like I said before, even if there are some bad times too, it's alright if you can look back on them as happy memories. But I didn't even think about it then. So it was like I woke up one day and realized I had no friends. I just let myself lose all my friends, and it felt awful. I'd really hate it if you and Shizune ended up the same way. That's all.
That's all.
It makes me sad to think that you'll do the same thing and push away your friend. Especially because you're not far away from Shizune. I mean, you even live in the same dorm.
Friend, Aren't you my friend too, Hichan?
Yeah. You slept through all of it, but the fireworks were really nice way back at the festival. My first time seeing fireworks like that. And my first time really seeing the sky in a while. And I never really looked at the stars before then either. I had thumbed through a book about them while I was in the hospital though, and learned a lot. Like that stars aren't just burning. They're more like a constant chain of explosions. So far away that some of the stars I'd be seeing would have been burnt out for thousands of years already. It's that their light would only just then be reaching Earth. I saw a mock-up comparing the size of the planet to our sun, and then that to other suns. Japan wasn't even visible on the tiny Earth in that book. You know what I never realized? She looks at me expectantly. They're amazingly shiny.
It's true!
Why are you doing this, Hichan?
Doing what?
I'm not stupid.
I don't know. A bunch of reasons. Because you're Shizune's friend, and I liked how close you were, and maybe I'm trying to tell you that we all have our low points, but giving up is stupid. Anyway, it seems worth the trouble.
That's the only reason?
And you're my friend.
That's it?
Can't I do something for no reason?
You can, but I want to know.
Well, what else do you want to hear? Oh! The bell rings before Misha can reply, so she ends up laughing instead. The summit! What does that mean? Okay. I see less of Misha in the following days. But I don't worry, because when I do see her, she looks a bit more like her old self each time. Once it's clear enough that I don't have to be afraid of it being my wishful thinking coloring my perceptions, I start to relax again. I wake up very early and feeling sick on Sunday. I went to sleep too early last night, too. Something's also wrong with my curtains, and they won't close completely. Because of that, I can't even attempt to go back to sleep. The sun hits me in the eyes every time. I'm sure this is probably why I woke up so early this morning as well.
Oh, what?
Being this sick and tired is a perfect storm of frustration. I'm almost glad when there's a knock at the door.
Fuck!
It's a familiar person holding an almost completely eaten apple in his hand. Taking one last bite, he attempts to shoot it into my trash can and misses completely, and it smashes apart on the wall 2 meters too high. To be fair, most of the pieces afterwards do manage to fall into the trash can, but I'm pretty sure no one is so brazen that they would be aiming to do something like this on purpose.
Perfect shot! Sup, roomie?
I'm not your roomie. We don't live in the same room.
It doesn't matter.
It does. You should at least know the difference between living in the same building and living in the same room.
I need to use your room.
For what? I messed up. I should have said absolutely not.
The student council keeps delivering my mail, even though I asked them to put it in my locker or something. But they keep putting it under my door, delivering my mail without me noticing it. So today I'm lying in wait to catch them in the act. Like a detective or a safari hunter. I need to chill in your room for today and look through the little peephole or I won't be able to catch them in the act. And maybe tomorrow, too. It'll be awesome. We'll get pizza on both days. Or should we get pizza on just one day and something else on the other day? But what? And which day is pizza day?
Not today. Never. You know, I'm in the student council. Why didn't you just ask me about this? If he had, I would have been able to find out very easily and wouldn't have to have Kenji in my room. It's a win-win. Except I guess this way he might be able to get a pizza out of me. I started thinking that maybe that was Kenji's intention. But no, I doubt it. There's no way he could plan something that elaborate.
You know?
When they deliver mail? Well, no. They just hand me my mail when I go to student council, usually. The point is, I could find out by asking them. Then I know and I could tell you. That's how people find things out, by asking. Wait a minute. That's how people find things out. By asking.
Not caveman. Ah, yeah. No response to that, right? Checkmate.
Use your own peephole.
What if they see me?
They can't. That's how peepholes work. It's like a one-way glass.
For real? Well, no way. They'll be expecting me to be in my room anyway. They'll sense my presence and know I'm there. They never expect me to actually be in the room across the hall.
I'm going to go to the student council room and go get your mail for you. Right now.
Then I guess I can't let you leave.
That's dumb. What if I have to use the toilet?
Your games won't work on me. You can use your gamer bottles.
I'm sorry. It like the thought occurred to me as I was saying, like, what if I have to use the toilet? I sit down at my desk and start doing my homework for the weekend. You know, you're going to have to leave eventually, so you can't stay here forever, or keep me here forever. I mean, this is my room to start with.
Yeah, I don't think I can. What time's the mail usually come?
Now.
Why are women so slow?
Why do you care so much about the mail anyway? Are you expecting something?
I'm always expecting something. Not today, though.
Do you want them to send something? Do you even send mail?
Nope, that's how they get you. I haven't used the mail since I was 8. Sent a letter to Lego asking them to make Dragon Ball Legos.
I feel like that's a thing now, right?
Sent a letter to Lego asking them to make Dragon Ball Legos.
That is interesting that we were. I mean, then again, this was made for free, so you can't buy it.
They said they couldn't get the rights and gave me some coupons. Totally worth it, but after that I made sure to stay off the radar. You don't use mail, do you?
I wrote to my parents last week.
But that's how they get you!
Yes, I should have known. Maybe that's why they put that microchip in me the next day.
So, the rumors were true.
I'd like to know what rumor mill he got that from. I was kidding. It's a joke.
Joke? Damn, you would joke on me? I guess this is how it feels. To have jokes cracked on. I never thought it happened to me. This is a serious issue. Man, I think you're not appreciating the depths of my dilemma. It's a work in many acts. Complicated acts, with many players. It's really hard, okay? After I'm done, I'm gonna eat a whole fish to celebrate. Ah, shit. I wanted a pizza, though. I still want pizza. Can I get fish on the pizza? Do they do that now?
You're going to be paying for it. You still haven't paid me back, and I'm not hungry right now anyway.
Not in the mood for pizza? That's just not possible, son. It's gotta be pizza anyway. I'm in the pizza stage of my life. Before I was in an ice cream stage, but my girlfriend kept eating all the strawberry out of my Neapolitan. Neapolitan? It'll probably happen to you, too.
It's hard to tell if he's serious half the time. I can only see his expression when he's not nose deep in my door. I doubt that. Hey, you know that I do have a girlfriend, right? Not Iwanako either. The student council president, actually.
Old news.
What? Seriously?
I have my sources. Anyway, then it dawned on me that I'd gotten fat from all that ice cream. It was a rude awakening. Like sleeping on a beach and getting hit by a wave that destroys your sandcastle. I started running. Had to lose the pounds. But maybe I was really running away from myself.
A sudden and continuous knocking causes him to leap backwards far enough to hit the wall all the way behind him. I take the opportunity to walk over and open the door. Good morning. What's up?
I hear if you salt the doorway, they can't enter uninvited.
What? That is for some That's not how that works. That is either a vampire or a fairy. I'm not going to put salt in my doorway.
But you're considering it. Good.
Good morning. Are you here to deliver the mail? Nodding, Shizune waves a couple envelopes between our faces. I take them from her, freeing up her hands for conversation. How did you know? How did you know? You were hiding it behind your back in a really obvious way.
Hiding what?
The mail. It's okay. I wasn't trying very hard to hide it in the first place. That's not like you. You're the type of person who'd go, anything worth trying is worth trying hard.
Girls taking initiative? And what about me? I've been using that phrase for years. Where's my parade, dog? Where's my parade, dog?
What?
I spit literary gold and you women just steal it and wear it out like a 2-for-1 sundress. You're all like the Picard of my Kirk. Or you could even be Janeway.
Not all the time. Are you making fun of me? Finally noticing Kenji, she gives him a wave. Hey Kenji, the student council president says hi.
Hi.
Introduce me. I have no idea what he was saying, but it looked confident. Oh yes, no one is better at saying that kind of stuff confidently. I already did. I even introduced you by title. This is Kenji. He's the guy across the hall. His room is right behind you. Anyway, do you have his mail too? I'm only delivering your mail because it was there. I have early access. It's all about location. Consider it a perk. Consider it as a perk of being in the student council. That doesn't sound very fair. She takes a lot of liberties with her position. At least they're small ones. This is the first time I've really been able to see your room. It's a blatant lie, or she'd have signed it much faster. I'm sure Shizune remembers that it's not the first time. Why does he get to see your room and I can't? Is it a guy thing? It's not a secret club being a guy.
It should be, with rings. Rings with big-ass emblems, and gold.
Are you sure? Are you really sure? I always thought that there was a secret brotherhood of men.
Why is she ignoring me? Let me tell her about the guy club. Also, what's up with the hand signals? Is she trying to hex me or something?
No, stay out of this. I'll have to translate anything you say to her, and I'm not sure if I could even handle it. And she'll probably misunderstand it, and then you'll probably misunderstand the reply, and I'll have to translate your rebuttal.
Rebuttal? Why would I rebut? I like my butt.
Shut up. What is he saying? He says he has no rebuttal. Rebuttal to what? I haven't even begun to challenge him yet. I don't like the way she put that. So, it appears that she wants to. But about what? It doesn't matter since it wouldn't end well. Don't pick fights where there are none.
I've never met your friends. Why can't I? It looks like he's being passionate.
I suppose with the way he's flailing around, it would be stupid to expect Shizune to think otherwise. Anyway, I'd better change the subject. Not that it would be likely to work on her, but I'm sure that she has to have come here for a reason other than just to drop off my mail. If it was something that tiny, she wouldn't have even bothered knocking. You didn't come here just to give me my mail or chat up my friends, did you? Shizune snaps her fingers in mock frustration. It's as cringe-inducingly loud as ever.
You're right. Let's go somewhere again.
Do you have somewhere in mind already?
You're right again. Let's go to the usual place.
She whips out a bag of neatly wrapped containers from just outside the doorframe. I'm guessing they're filled with food, and this time it doesn't look store-bought. Setting it down between her feet, she continues.
Is that for me? This was the real surprise. See? I have to have something over everyone at the very end.
I agree. And the way people normally do when someone makes a statement in front of them that tells more than they meant to tell.
Well, fine. If you're both going to ignore me, I'm out of here. So cruel. You'll regret this.
Bye! Oh! CG time. Cool!
Not long afterwards, we find ourselves on the school roof. Is it normally deserted at this time, on a nice day like this, on the weekend? No, of course not. I can only think that it's because of Shizune. Not that clearing out a roof would require anything more than posting a sign on the door. The empty plastic container Shizune had packed our meal in lie next to me. It was another quiet meal, since holding chopsticks prevents us from saying much to each other. While it's not blowing hard enough to be a problem, the wind is a little strong today. It blows the plastic bag loose from under the empty containers, so it whips around for a bit before rolling over my legs and getting caught on the tip of Shizune's shoe. Immediately, she grabs it and starts signing, not looking happy that I'm laughing at her, even though she's trying not to let out a laugh herself. With the bag in the way, however, she has to eventually sit on it to continue.
Very funny. How was it?
The food? It tasted familiar.
That means it was bad.
No. I remember eating this exact meal before, when you made it. Not exactly the same. The fried shrimp was new.
It's the only thing I know how to make, but I should have improved.
How many times have you made it before?
This is the second time.
Making this particular meal?
Cooking. Next time, it's your turn to try it.
The way she keeps tugging on the corner of the bag is bothering me. I think I know why she's doing it. Is it really bugging you that much?
I want to pack them up properly.
It's okay, I'll get them. As I'm picking them up, I realize she must have brought a lot of food to be able to fill all these containers. I didn't even eat much. Shizune must have some metabolism in order to pack all that away. Even though I've only been up for a second, it's long enough to stupidly trip over my own feet. Barely managing to break my fall, I end up landing on my elbows and knees right next to Shizune's lap. Oh, Jesus. As I pull myself back up, hand gingerly held on my chest, all I can think about is how my knees hurt and how this fall could have killed me. I feel nauseous. Shizune gives a helpful push on my shoulder to help me upright, though I notice her eyeing me oddly. Unfortunately, even a light shove is enough to take me by surprise.
Are you okay?
I nod, but we don't return to sitting beside each other.
I'm sorry, the throat is getting a little bit...
Naturally, being alone with Shizune is going to involve a lot of silence, but I only start to notice it now. The typical sign of awkwardness. Again, she's the one to break the ice.
I was expecting you to try something dirty.
And now the mood is back to awkward. How's Misha?
Misha seems happier now, back to her old self. I thought this would be a good way to celebrate, and to thank you for helping her.
Her hand stumbles for a bit on the last word. You think too much like a businesswoman.
I can't help it. It's how I've been taught to do things. It makes me happy that you're asking about Misha. It would be more accurate to say back to her real self. She would only be back to her old self to you. The Misha you know is completely different from the one I think of when I think of the first time we met. Even though I think she looks better, cheerful, and smiling, that isn't how she typically is.
I do like this music.
I wonder if it's true for you too.
I don't answer. Well, if Misha is happy, then it doesn't matter if it worked out in the end. Your plan worked. You knew her just as well as you said. You knew everything she would say. If your idea was just that I speak for you, though, doesn't that just make me your puppet? I didn't do anything then.
Not true. It was your idea first. I was wrong. I have a way of seeing things that is very flawed now that I've thought about it. I'm sure you know. Sometimes I treat everything like a competition between myself and everyone else, even when it doesn't make sense to.
Sometimes?
I know very well how easy it is to ignore someone if they can only communicate with you through sign. I should have asked for help, but I was so sure I could do it on my own. It was actually a brave thing you did, even if you won't take credit for it. Aside from that, you've really become kind of admirable lately.
It's strange having her compliment me while her facial expression hasn't changed in the slightest.
But people don't change so easily, according to you. Am I right?
She winks, clearly enjoying herself very much. Does Misha tell you everything?
Almost everything.
I guess you're going to tell me that I'm wrong about that, aren't you?
Yes and no. I'm the one who told Misha that before anyone else. But she took it too far and changed the meaning. It's not easy, but she acts like that makes it impossible. It's possible if you go little by little. I'm considering trying to be less competitive.
I thought you enjoyed that, though.
Maybe just a little. That's why I specifically used less.
She leans against the fence. I have things I want to say to her, but it doesn't seem like the right time for it somehow. It's a feeling I have. I can tell she isn't done just yet.
A lot of people think I try too hard. Well, I've always thought that I tried to try just enough.
The sound the fence makes as she pushes against it, and the delicate clink of her sleeve buttons scraping against the links, are oddly soothing. So is the breeze gently picking up behind me. I can hear people below us. Shizune's eyes dart below us as well, and I wonder if she still thinks about what she might be missing out on. The attention-grabbing way she tends to snap her fingers proves she has an understanding of how other people perceive sound. It must be odd, being able to understand that much, but unable to experience it yourself. She starts walking slowly around the perimeter of the roof, still scraping her buttons against the fence. It isn't rhythmic at all, though not for a lack of trying. I sort of zone out in thought while she does, and am rudely snapped out of it when she circles around completely and taps me on the shoulder.
Do you remember what we were talking about?
When?
Now? Of course, it just happened.
It's been almost 10 minutes. When I first saw you, you seemed like you were very attached to the idea of feeling sorry for yourself.
That stings, even if it is true.
Sorry. It made me want to cheer you up at first sight. I was scared it would be for nothing, though. I couldn't help thinking it would be hard to change your mind. But you did. I thought that was very surprising, and also that you might be kind of easily influenced. Still, I was surprised. It made me reconsider a lot of things. Like, that maybe everything was worth it in the end.
Everything?
That's why I like you.
I see. It's nice to finally know. Almost 1 in the morning. Oh, Jesus! Everything just pops up. Alright, we're not quitting just yet, don't worry. I'm just checking to see, like... Oh! Oh! I'm guessing this is like the bad ending stuff. I thought it was just onesie. Nope, it's 3. Okay, we're definitely gonna finish this tonight then. Cool! Was not expecting that. Alrighty. And remember, you have to take this job seriously. Too many people think you can just slack off and that it isn't important. That is a dangerous way of thinking.
Definitely! You can't take it too seriously. If you aren't always thinking big, thinking positive, and if you show any signs of weakness, people will start to think you're incompetent, you know. And soon you won't be able to do anything because your power is going to be delegated off to others piece by piece, and you'll be left with nothing. That's what happened last time. So, remember, it may seem like an easy job, but a lot of carnage can happen in this room. And out of it. Dealing with school staff, too. Even trying to get a budget report from a class rep can be a fight to the death sometimes.
Yeah. It's kill or be killed. There are no friends in the pits and you take no prisoners. Are you sure about this? Is this right?
You don't seem excited enough. I have to make sure it's getting through properly. Once more, with feeling.
Oh my god! 2 more girls! Shizune twists her hands like a maestro for emphasis, visibly intimidating the 2 girls standing at attention in front of us. To think this all started because one of them asked if she wasn't taking her job too seriously.
Do you understand?
Do you understand? Pretend I'm shouting it.
Okay. This student council is so weird.
Yes, sir.
Sir? Who are you guys talking to anyway?
It's not weird. You have to think of it as a job. If you want, think of it like they're paying you with the right to use this great office.
You want another lecture?
No. You can go now.
Just like that, the hour-long student council orientation is over. Personally, I thought it was about 50 minutes too long, and also found it funny that it incorporated a tour of a school that we have all been going to for a while, but I guess it didn't hurt. I expect Shizune to fall back into her chair, since she's been on edge all day, but she doesn't. She continues pacing the room restlessly.
They still have a long way to go. Right now, they're a joke.
Eh?
What?
They think they can be the new student council? They're so unfocused. You can really see the lack of experience. This was our best year yet. I don't think they have what it takes to be our follow-up act. And I know there are more of them than those 2 girls. Where are they? They're like the heavily marketed but mediocre big-budget, critically panned sequel to the acclaimed low-budget sleeper hit.
Eventually, she does stop and sit down. Are you going to miss it?
Obviously. I'd be happier if I didn't have to leave too. I like being in the student council, even if it can be tiring too.
Yeah, it's definitely tiring.
Only because Shichan is always trying to do more than she has to. You're forgetting that if I did the bare minimum, we wouldn't do anything all year except hand out flyers, collect surveys, and plan the next student council election so the next student council could sit around for another year of doing nothing. Asking me to let that happen? Don't be ridiculous. In a student council like that, there wouldn't even be any power to play around with. I'm just happy that even though I clearly need to ride them harder, those 2 aren't bad. Not there yet. But the new student council should be in good hands.
How can you tell?
After the festival, they asked me if we could also organize a Halloween event, like a haunted house or something along those lines. They had a bunch of other ideas as well. Of course my response was no. I had Misha tell them to do it themselves if they wanted it so badly. They were angry for some reason.
Of course they'd be angry if you said that. And Misha delivering the message wouldn't help.
I was angry too. All of a sudden they want so much. If they wanted a haunted house or a traditional style cafe or a trip to the beach or whatever other cliche thing, why didn't they try to organize it before? It was like they were taking advantage of me. I worked hard to organize those festivals, and in return they came to me with, "That was nice, but can you do this now? How about doing this? It's what I really want." Shichan was wrong, though. Right. They wanted to join the student council so they can make it happen. I made them feel jealous and riled them up. That can be a kind of motivation, too. The desire to do something great spreads, even if it's to show me up. They decided to take me up on the challenge nonetheless. I'm impressed. Well, for now. I would have to see how it plays out a little longer in order to know for sure.
She snaps her fingers suddenly, which sends Misha almost bolting out of her seat. Interesting. I guess it is impossible to get used to.
That's right! We were going to have a party to celebrate passing the reins to the new student council, weren't we? Why not have that now? Or at least plan it now and have it tomorrow.
But they're not even in charge yet. In fact, that's the first thing you told them. You're not in charge yet. It seems premature. Ellipses.
Misha, what do you think? I agree. It's too early. Plus, I don't think I could go anyway. Sorry. In fact, I was going to leave right now.
Why not?
No comment.
Come on, tell me.
Well, okay.
Way to not crack under pressure, Misha.
I thought about it, and even if I didn't want to go, I would say yes. Usually. It's the kind of person I am. I really should stop doing that, and this is a good place to start, I think. If it's a celebration to say goodbye, I don't want it. It would be too sad. I want to do something else instead. And after all, Hichan, you and Shichan will still be here tomorrow. It doesn't seem right. Besides, I have other school things I have to do today. I can't drop them just like that.
We can postpone it.
No early goodbyes.
She looks very firm as she says this. Aren't you going to go now, though?
Oh, that's right! Okay, besides now, no too early goodbyes, okay?
I get it.
Okay, later!
With that, it's just Shizune and me left alone in the student council room. Sunset slowly changes to night as we sit in silence, both searching for something to say.
Would it really be that bad?
Yeah, I didn't think about it like that, but Misha's right. Parties set a mood, and it would be a sad one. A sad party doesn't sound like a whole lot of fun.
Why would it be sad?
Is it a trick question? I'm sure of it. Shizune's eyes pierce into mine, waiting for my answer with a detached, analytical stare that I haven't seen in a while, but feels familiar anyway. I consider my answer carefully, but also what it means for her to ask me.
Excuse me.
It could be that Shizune finds it depressing as well. Or it could be that she doesn't understand why anyone would find it depressing. Both are equally plausible.
Excuse me. Feels like I got a hair in my throat. Excuse me.
I had a thought that when you graduate, that's it. It's going to be the end of the student council. I was wondering if you had the same idea.
Don't be stupid. I look forward to it. I won't be a student anymore, so the expectations are going to be completely different. People's expectations of me and my expectations about everything else. It seems exciting. As for the student council, it should be in good enough hands. I don't have anything to be sad about.
I don't think you're being honest. You looked upset about having to give the student council up not even a few weeks ago. It wasn't about leaving it to a bunch of newbies either. It was having to stop doing student council work at all. Unexpectedly, Shizune smiles. So you're not disagreeing? Then it doesn't make sense. Why would you want to have a party about it?
I'm trying to get over it. Besides, goodbye celebrations are very important. People say the first step is the most crucial, but following it through and finishing cleanly are just as important, right?
I guess that's true.
Anyway, I don't consider it goodbye, but it's still an event. You still have to go through the proper motions. Aren't you going to?
Aren't I going to what?
Kiss me, of course.
Is that the proper motions?
It would be normal, wouldn't it? The natural thing to do?
It's time to act decisively. If I don't, I'm sure my heart will explode. I love how is like, aren't you gonna kiss me? It's like, we were heading in that direction? I kiss her immediately, so quickly that I don't even have time to enjoy it. Even though she was prepared for it, Shizune blushes a deep red. I feel a similar heat rising in my neck and cheeks. Oh. Okay. Okay. Can I... Oh. Okay. Well, there's nothing showing, obviously. There's nothing showing. Alright, let me just check. Do I have my sensor still up? Yep. Okay. Well, we're gonna be, gonna have my mouse... Gonna have my, cursor hover over the cursor, the sensor bar, the sensor thing, so that we can pull it up whenever we need to. Alrighty. I move in for another kiss, but as I do so, she moves backwards at the same time and impishly jumps onto the cabinet behind her. Alone, in the total silence of the room, we just look at each other for a while. Oh. Oh, okay! It's okay! Alrighty! Sorry, it's just like, whoa. This time, I kiss her more deeply. Her lips are light and dry, and open a tiny bit. I'm only able to appreciate the sensation for a moment before Shizune starts kissing me back forcefully.
Man, I mean, this is making out, huh? I am just like waiting for like the censor to just, you know? Her bangs brush against my closed eyelids as I let myself sink deeper into the kiss. I can feel the shape of her body through her clothes, which only makes me hold Shizune tighter. Okay, I'm sorry, that was preemptive. I'm sorry, that was preemptive. It's like, I'm just ready for it. It takes some effort. Okay, I gotta click back on the window here, because I got too trigger happy. It takes some effort for the both of us to draw back from each other. We're both blushing, both from the kiss and thoughts of what's to come, and I'm far from the only one breathing a little heavier. Oh boy, okay, this is probably gonna be where I put the censor up. As Shizune begins to take off my tie, I start undoing her blouse. It takes a while to figure it out. I never really thought about how our school's blouses work before. Alright, I'm putting up the censor just in case. Shizune's blouse is a little tight on her, and her arms get stuck for a moment because of it. I find myself peeling it off of her, although with the way she's trying to wriggle out of it at the same time, it isn't easy. The sight is a little comical. Oh, there we go. Okay, good to know. Oh, okay. Once Shizune's arms are free, she slides out of her shirt, her skirt falling around her knees with it after she unhitches it and works it off her legs. The only thing covering her now are her bra and panties. And her, stockings. But we're not gonna mention that. I will say... It's like, you wouldn't think that she would be like, oh, let's fuck in the office. But sure. Her figure is curvaceous and taut, and the healthy color of her skin contrasts with the black of her underwear. It's a wonderful sight, especially against the background of the moonlight through the window. She looks at my chest and works the buttons off of my shirt one by one. The process is greatly slowed by my hands moving up and down her thighs. It's a little amusing to play with her like this. And now I'm shirtless! Eventually, God, I can't stop laughing. Eventually, finally, my shirt falls to the ground. Shizune surprises me by quickly pulling me in for a deep kiss without warning, but I quickly return the gesture. Why are you bolder today than on the roof? Or in your room? Wait, did we have sex in my room? No, there's no way, right? I try to think of a good answer, but it isn't easy. How would I be able to respond to that even if I could? There's no way to. Unless I were to say that bureaucracy really puts me in the mood. Okay. Okay. My shirt having been disposed of, Shizune moves on to my belt, and I decide to help her undo it instead of answering her question. I don't think it would do much to... I don't think it would do much good to at this point. Okay, the CG is not on the screen, but, obviously, we're still in the middle of the scene, so I'm keeping the censor up. It's not hard to get off, and falls to the ground with a metallic clunk. I move in for another kiss and begin to slide my hand up her side, but she suddenly lurches forwards, making me stumble backward. The stiff edge of the table behind me was the furthest thing from my mind, until I feel it stabbing into my lower back. I hadn't even noticed it was there. It makes me grab Shizune a little tighter as we fall back onto the surface of the table. Oh my god, okay. Jesus Christ. Well, titties are definitely free. And, well, I guess if you're into cake, This would probably be great. I don't know what to say.
I hold back a sigh as Shizune victoriously holds herself above me. She's won again. I'm distracted until Shizune's bra falls on me, seemingly like it dropped out of the sky. I end up laughing, despite how hard I try not to, and it's contagious enough that Shizune starts to as well. Freed from her bra, her breasts... Oh, Christ, okay. Freed from her bra, her breasts are larger than I thought, even though they were noticeably large through her shirt already. She picks up her bra with her fingers and flicks it off as my hands move over her body. Straddling me with her knees on the table, Shizune slips her underwear off, with my hands moving from her hips unconsciously to help her. I catch a glimpse of my watch. It's only been a few minutes, but it felt like so much longer. She eases herself downwards, closer and closer, until our bare chests are touching. Her breasts feeling strange against the scar over my heart. Okay. Man, that CG changed quick! Okay, and she is riding us. Good to know. When Shizune sits up, I feel myself slipping inside, slowly enveloped by her below as her breasts lift away from my torso. An attack from two fronts, I think dryly considering the situation. How like her. Okay. Wow. I did read somewhere that, apparently Shizune is, admittedly, the favorite, because she gets all these, scenes of her, looking great. And I can see that now. She is Miss Fan Service, as they call it. I should just stop now and leave you stewing in your lust, she says, as she starts grinding herself against me, causing me to blink at the sudden pleasure. Very funny, Shizune. I soon lose track of my thoughts. I'm not gonna say that. Shizune bites her lip to muffle her voice from coming out. An unwanted voice. This is the most I've ever heard of it, and she blushes when she realizes she let it slip out. To cover it up, Shizune drives herself against me harder, causing me to jolt against her, driving my erection deeper into her. I'm kinda curious. Okay, you can't really see. Okay. I was just curious to see if I could potentially see, them joining, but you can't. It is drawn just enough to where you don't see it. You see her thighs, but that's it. I thrust my hips towards her at the sudden sensation of movement, and Shizune fights against me, trying to pin me back down when I manage to pull my arms out from under me. Oh. In that moment, her hips thrust back with even greater force in response. The sound of Shizune's soft, restrained moans, and the sight of her bountiful breasts moving up and down each time her hips buckle against mine grow more arousing with time in the stillness of the student council room. That's another sound. More sound. I almost can't take it anymore. The pleasurable sensations welling up between my legs, multiplied by the pressure of Shizune's weight on top of me, make it hard for me to think. My hips start bucking by themselves. Shizune's hands push mine down onto the table. Every motion of hers is a push of some kind. The table under us rattles under our combined weight. I doubt it would collapse, but the noise is really something. Oh gosh, okay. Not that Shizune notices. Her pace only grows faster, until it feels as though she might shove me across the table with how forceful she is being. Without warning, her movements come to a final crescendo. I mean, listen. I like reading about a good writing, a good cowgirl sex position. It's great. Suddenly, she stops. Almost falling onto me with enough speed that if she didn't catch herself, it would probably have knocked us unconscious. The worst situation possible, if someone happened to walk in while we were knocked out. Jesus. I'm surprised, but not enough to forget that we're both naked and the sudden painful interruption that just happened. Painful? Oh, because I was like, wait a minute, have we orgasmed yet? No, we still gotta get that done. Why did this have to happen? Was it intentional to leave me stewing in my own lust? Shizune lets out her breath sheepishly, realizing it at the same time as I do. And she is completely naked, Jesus Christ. She still got her stockings on, though, and her sprites. Sorry, I tripped, or slipped, or something like that. I had a thought. Is the door unlocked? She quickly gets off the table and bolts over to check, and locks it, unlocks it, and locks it again, pulling on the knob just to make sure. When she's finally sure, she makes an out of place motion with her hands. Safe. I'm glad you could take things so lightly. Can you please take care of me?
I didn't do it on purpose. Why don't you take the lead then?
That's Sprite.
Come on.
I grab Shizune by the shoulders and try to put her onto the table instead. Her brow scrunches in displeasure as the edge of the table pokes her in the back, just as it did to me. She opts to help herself up onto it. Okay, now there's more stuff that we were done. Now you can definitely see them joining. Jesus Christ. Oh, that's actually something. I did not think it would be that detailed. Oh God. Okay. Also, is she gonna be ready to go? Like, she did just orgasm. This is also the first time I've seen Shizune lying down unclothed. The contours of her collarbone and breasts are beautiful, and my eyes follow them down to her shapely hips. A delicate hourglass figure. Of course she would have an hourglass. I run my hands along the curve of her body, from her shoulders on down. I slowly insert myself into Shizune up to the hilt. Wow, I didn't think that phrase existed back then. To the hilt? I thought that was a Court of Thorns and Roses thing. An intense warmth and tightness immediately surround me. And I start pistoning into her to pick up where we left off before. Did Sarah J. Maas write this? Her body feels so hot against my skin each time our hips meet with each thrust, and where we're holding each other. I feel like I'll be scalded by her body heat. On top of that, I feel more sensitive now than before, and find myself pushing into Shizune harder to make up for it. This is the only way I can read these scenes now with that kind of voice. Oh, please tell me that's pleasure and not pain. My hand glides around the curve of her thigh, and I carefully tease her with my hand as well, almost losing my balance when she reacts strongly, snapping upwards and back into my groin and nearly pushing us both to the floor. Oh, okay, that's fair. Moving my hands up, I grab her prominent
breasts and fondle them as I've always wanted to. They feel even larger than they appear and overflow my hands, soft and perfectly shaped. Do I need to hear about how big her chest is? Oh my god. This is a lot. She squirms under me as I flick my fingers over her nipples and twists her arms around mine instead, gripping my fingers and drawing me closer. It feels like I'm wrestling her. The lock is inescapable. From the first time our hands met, I guess we were connected. Whether it's through her pulling me from one student council event to another, or holding hands as lovers, I think it's been the same. The confidence that comes across in the way she grasps my hand. Her hands writhe across the surface of the table, and grabbing onto it, she hooks her legs around my back, pressing us closer together, connecting us even more closely and entrapping me inside her. Oh my god. Her inner walls are so hot and tight, and with her pushing up against me, the friction only increases, sending me over the top. And she's happy. Sorry. All too soon, the feeling ends. All I can do afterwards is stay inside of her with my hands holding the table, both for lack of energy and because her legs are still locking me in. For Shizune's part, she smiles almost dreamily. The sight makes me smile as well. Her legs slowly fall, allowing me to extract myself. Excuse me. Exhausted, I lean back against a desk and try to regain my breath before putting my clothes back on. I notice a dull, hot throbbing in my chest as I button my shirt back up. It puts a bad aftertaste on everything that just happened. Thank God I didn't take off the sensor, because she's still naked.
It was a lucky break that Misha couldn't be here, wasn't it?
You're in an unusually joking mood today. I wonder what she had to do.
Shizune traces the air lazily with a finger and points to the door. Go see for yourself.
Why don't you just tell me?
It's more interesting if you see for yourself. Seeing is believing.
Sure. Clever. Maybe I will. What about you? Are you going to stay here all day? It's getting late. Day? It's nighttime, motherfucker! Like, y'all saw the first CG of this. There was moonlight.
It feels like my last day as student council president, so maybe I'll sleep here tonight. It could be the last chance I have to sleep at my desk, like after a long day trying to meet a deadline.
That's weird. I'll sleep in my bed.
Sleeping sitting up is a skill, a very useful one.
Right. Okay, I think we're safe. That was a lot. Felt like I was reading, you know, a romantasy book, except with a lot less enemies to lovers and praise kink. Okay, we're still on this current scene. For a moment after I leave the room, I actually do consider seeing what Misha is up to, just because Shizune made it sound so secretive, as if she were building a time machine or something. But in the end, I decide not to. The night air is pleasant at this time of year. It's refreshing and a little humid, but not so chilly as to make it uncomfortable to stay outside for a while. It's late enough for the courtyard to be all but deserted, too. After Shizune and I said our farewells to each other, I set out to return to my dormitory room. I didn't even make it all the way there, though, before getting distracted. It doesn't seem like a bad idea to go see what Misha is up to. I have nothing better to do. No homework. I'm out of anything worth reading. On top of that, I simply want to know. This isn't... Oh, this is... Okay, cool.
Okay. This isn't my first time being in the main building after hours, but usually it's as I'm leaving the place with Shizune and Misha after a long day at the student council, not entering it alone. The atmosphere is quiet, a word I would not normally use to describe these halls. It's a little creepy. A light starts flickering up ahead. This seems like a horror movie moment waiting to happen. Feeling a hand on my shoulder, I stiffen reflexively. It's not Misha, or else there would be hands clamped over my eyes and a sing-song Guess Who accompanying them. Accompanying them. God, I think you could tell that like my mouth is just refusing to work right now. So, who is it? I hope it's not Kenji, or at least that it's someone I know, or this will take a turn for the weird. Hey, you're clothed! Whoever it is quickly slips in front of me. It's Shizune. What are you doing here? I'm so relieved that I forget to sign it. Shizune puts a finger up to her lips. I guess even though she can't hear, she has some idea of what loudness is, and can tell from my expression that I was being loud. And apparently, being loud isn't a good thing right now. But then, why is Misha her interpreter? Oh, very funny. Why are you here? I was waiting for you to come see. I knew you would show up. It took you a while, though. You've been waiting here? Yes, but that isn't important. We have to be stealthy if we don't want Misha to detect us. Tell me if I'm not being stealthy enough, okay? With that, Shizune starts slowly tiptoeing through the middle of the hall. I pat her on the shoulder to get her attention. That's not stealthy. Why do we have to be stealthy? She refuses to answer, probably because signing and walking stealthily at the same time doesn't look easy. Before I know it, we're in front of our homeroom. Suddenly, a sound like the crack of a whip pierces the air, followed by a familiar expression of frustration. I'm sure a sound like that isn't good for my heart. Not to mention, everything sounds about 1,000,000 times louder with how silent it is. It's coming from inside the room, and I sidle up to Shizune to get a look inside. Can you stop throwing your pencil, please? How do you even throw a pencil that loudly? He looks very flustered. What an understatement. I sympathize with Muto. I was able to hear Misha's pen break the sound barrier even through a wall in a thick classroom door. It probably blew out his eardrums and left an imprint on the wall.
I'm not throwing it! When I get nervous, I like to spin it around, but then I forget I'm holding on to it and...
It doesn't matter either way. There shouldn't be pencils flying around. I get enough of that during regular school hours. I don't need it after hours.
Right! Sorry!
Whatever, just stop throwing or releasing or dropping things, please. Teachers have work too. I notice Shizune watching the same scene I am. Muto is yelling at the top of his lungs, and Misha is being Misha. I can hear them reasonably well through the door, but Shizune obviously can't hear anything at all. So I wonder what watching this is like for her. She must know, since she understands well enough to want me to see it too. But I have to wonder if she ever feels like she's missing out on something, having to work that much harder to understand what she's observing. It looks like she's taking supplementary lessons. Is she? Yeah. I answer, despite knowing the question is completely rhetorical. Misha told me she really wants to be a sign language teacher in the future. If she can get a recommendation, she can study overseas for it. That is why she's working so hard. Her grades were always kind of on the low side. Now I feel guilty. I haven't even thought about what I'm going to do yet. Neither have I. The cheerful way that she signs it is very unlike her, and is very obviously false.
Let's get out of here. We don't want to be seen. It would be a problem if we were caught standing out here like idiots.
Where? The student council room? Shaking her head, she slips into the classroom across the hall instead. Great hiding place.
You're unusually sarcastic lately. With the door closed, it's a good one. Anyway, wasn't it interesting?
Yes, but I'm not really surprised. I close the door behind us, prompting Shizune to laugh soundlessly as she slides into a chair. For a second, it depresses me. I want to hear her real laugh.
I've been looking down on Misha. I didn't think she had a goal at all. But it turns out that I was wrong. I made a careless assumption. I thought Misha was as aimless as I was. I was stupid. I lost. Shizune pauses to crack her knuckles, then folds her hands over each other and leans forward in her chair. In the abnormal quiet of the building...
okay.
In the abnormal quiet of the building, I can hear Muto yelling at Misha again, even across a hallway and through 2 doors. Shizune's eyes are locked on mine, unblinking behind the gleaming lenses of her glasses, observing my reaction to her words. This is a test. I gotta get back in the swing of things. This is a test. Her opinion of people is rarely formed from how they respond to questions. It's how they respond to statements that counts. In hindsight, it makes sense. Shizune's inability to speak, as well as just her personality in general, means that anything she says is a big commitment on her part. Everything. For that reason, I sometimes doubt she says anything without a hidden agenda behind it. That sounds remarkably paranoid. Even Kenji would think so. Unfortunately, I'm so caught up in thinking about it that I forget to give her an answer. She takes it as there not being one. There was an invisible time limit to this test, shorter than usual. Just as I thought.
What do you mean?
You don't agree?
Not really. It's not that. I don't get it.
I want to force my will on people.
How refreshingly honest.
Don't give me a weird look like that. It's not like that was always my intention. At first, I was just bored. I wanted to see someone's passion for something. Then I could try and beat them. I wanted to test their ability on their convictions. But it was impossible. No one has any passion for anything in this school. They just want to keep to themselves. I can't believe it. It's too boring that way. I thought that there was no way these drab people could be for real. It goes beyond not wanting to make waves. They had to have some interests. They had to be hiding something. I wanted to expose it and reveal it and drag it out. One of the most successful ways to get people to open up to you and cheer them up is to open up with a story about yourself, and then you ease them into telling you about themselves. It's like give and take, but with an element of manipulation, which makes it interesting. I can't do that. If I attempt to have Misha talk about me, for me, it makes me seem arrogant. The message has to go through a messenger. I'm standing next to Misha telling her to tell someone about me. You don't have to be able to read sign language to see that. If I were forced to sit through that, I would think I was arrogant too. I was frustrated. I couldn't figure out a way to have a conversation with anyone but Misha. No one would open up to me. I came to the conclusion that I can't make people confide in me or believe in me. I can only hope to create things and show them to people and hope they make them happy. Or I could be more forceful and hope it would eventually stick to someone.
I guess that would be me. Feels vaguely depressing.
Somewhere along the line, I think I started to ignore Misha or see her as less of a person or something like that. I took her for granted, I think would be the best way to put it. It was like she was just an extension of myself.
I forgot that the whole time Misha was there, opening up to me and giving 100% every day. I missed what I was looking for because it was in plain sight. How stupid of me. I really did become arrogant. That's why I've lost. I'm more short-sighted than I was back then. I went in reverse. She's pacing back and forth now, almost brooding, yet still filled with so much energy that she can't stand to stop moving. If you got her to hold 2 wires, I'm sure Shizune could power a light bulb. It's odd that I could have such a lighthearted thought while she's being so serious.
And in spite of that, Misha tells me that I'm her inspiration. Isn't that ridiculous? I'm not the kind of person who can inspire others. Even if a person who inspires you is flawed, it can be acceptable. I've thought about this. There's even acceptable hypocrisy. For instance, if your hero was an athlete, but unsportsmanlike, they could still be respected for their athletic ability, even if they had shortcomings as a person. However,
she snaps her fingers briskly. It sounds like a thunderclap in the empty room, and Shizune takes a few seconds to stretch her fingers. Come to think of it, this is the most she has ever signed.
if someone like me has no goals, it would be totally unacceptable. It'd be the worst kind of hypocrisy. And hypocrites don't deserve responsibility over anything. They can't even manage themselves.
How incredibly pessimistic. It makes me angry to think about it. I would hate myself just a few months ago. This must be how I look to others. And, funny enough, it was Shizune and Misha who convinced me to stop. Without them, I'm sure things would be much different, and not for the better. Lately, I feel as though we pass around our miseries as much as we're supported by each other. But I think it just comes with the territory of having friends and being close to someone. You're the leader anyway.
That is only because no one else wants to be.
But that means you still are, since people are putting their trust in you anyway. In fact, doesn't that make it more important? Either way, you're the leader. You're the inspirational figure or whatever you want to call it. You're responsible for what you tame. I read that in a book somewhere.
That's clever.
Shizune only seems to show what she's feeling on her face when she wants to, but I don't think she's being sarcastic.
I don't want to tame anyone, though.
Being the leader being looked up to, then. Same thing.
I never wanted to be the leader. It just ends up that way.
I don't believe that. All you do is try to grab more and more responsibility.
Wait. I wasn't going to tell you that I don't enjoy it. I don't care about being the leader, but I don't mind. I don't care about being the best, but I don't mind. You're right, though, about me wanting responsibility. Of course I want more responsibility. Having responsibility makes me feel alive. That's why I joined the student council. If there's no pressure, I just can't stand it. Even so, now I'm the leader. I always thought being the leader meant you give orders, but it really is more. It's about having a goal. If I don't have a goal, then it's pointless. People would only be following me for my own enjoyment. It would be selfish.
It's a strangely moral viewpoint for a person who seems to love one-upping others so much. Resting her chin on her tented fingers, Shizune looks disarmingly childish as she thinks hard about her problem. The expression on her face is a little comical because it's too obvious, and therefore very unlike her. It comes with a job. I think you'd have to be a leader. He wouldn't be satisfied with anything else, he would just get bored. Shizune doesn't reply, but from her annoyed expression, I think I've guessed correctly. I've been thinking that I need a little direction too.
Were you told that it's important to contribute to society?
What an unusual response. It's so out of nowhere that I don't know how to respond. And it also bothers me, though I don't know why. Possibly because it doesn't seem like something that would come from her. So I start to think that it isn't Shizune's thought at all. I wonder who told her that. Well, it was probably her jerk-ass dad. But there is a chance that she came up with it on her own. If so, would it be because she can't hear? Why do you say that?
Just because.
I don't believe it. I guess that's right, though.
I see. I don't know if it's the same for me. I hate it.
You know what the beginning of this track reminds me of? It's very reminiscent to the one track that plays in the Date with Death DLC. Like, you know what track I'm thinking of y'all, right? It's so similar.
I hate it.
I think everyone wants a purpose. Looking back, it makes sense that Shizune doesn't have one. All that energy would otherwise have been directed at something. Since she had nothing to channel it towards, Shizune lashed out in all directions. Reminds me of a downed power line flailing in a storm. Furious and incandescent, but aimless and dangerous. Just like Shizune. I want to say that this is why she feels the need to turn everything into a competition, but that's probably just how she is. Having a goal to put that energy towards is just the next level.
How about this? I could go into business. My family is well connected, so it shouldn't be too hard.
That comes off sounding a little unethical and nepotistic, doesn't it?
A little.
I won't coast, though. I'll work hard until I'm at the very apex. When I have as much money as possible, so much that it'll be like I won't know what to do with it, I'll move on to the next step. After sitting on it for a while, of course, like a fairy tale dragon.
You want to be...
a philanthropist.
Shizune becoming a billionaire. That is bad.
What were you thinking? That I want to be a miser? Well, it's true. It is a part of the plan. Don't sell me short and stop there, though.
Shizune still looks uneasy. Of course. Even if she did seem to resolve her problem quickly, no one can get over their anxieties that fast. No one can solve their problems that easily. The important thing is, it looks as though she has her heart set on trying. It's still hard to tell whether that drive of hers comes from a good or a bad place. But she has something to hold on to now. I can genuinely believe that she does. I'm happy for her, and at the same time, I feel a little cold. I'm the one who's behind. Now I'm the only one without a goal.
Well, I think this is the last scene we're getting into. Oh my gosh. Daylight. Oh wait, Infinity. Yeah, this is the last scene. I recognize this scene name. Cool. Oh. Wow, I cannot believe we're gonna finish this route today. Cool. I love it.
There haven't been any further disruptions since that week. Of course, that's what I thought the week before that. And Shizune and Misha's sudden newfound clarity had left me feeling a little lost and envious. I thought there was no way I could rest easy at the time. But fortunately, nothing came of my worries. Then, before I knew it, there was enough to deal with in school that I even managed to put them off my mind. And still, everything was fine. I was wrong. I'd seen Shizune and Misha's carefully hidden vulnerabilities, but they were still strong. Now, we're going to be graduating soon. I've grown so comfortable here that it kind of crept up on me. When it did, I felt sad and didn't want to think about it. So, I didn't. Not until recently. About a week ago, I started making a list of people I thought I should say goodbye to before graduation. The first rule I laid out for myself was that I would try not to write them down in any kind of special order, like least important to most important. Somehow, it ended up like that anyway.
even though it also ended up being a shorter list than I expected it to be. Kenji is somewhere in the middle.
They said I would have to graduate eventually. Well, I showed them. I've lived here rent-free for more than long enough. If you take into account the rising cost of land, I think you could say I've won in the end. No, you know what? I did win. History will acknowledge me as the victor.
The victor of what?
I managed to stay out of sight and slip through the cracks. I beat the system.
If you put it that way, it sounds like you just ran away from the system.
Sometimes running is the greatest form of victory, like in the Olympics.
I'm too tired to argue with him. Who is he kidding? Everyone knows the shot put is the best Olympic event in any case. So, what you're basically saying is, you won't miss it?
Miss what?
School, dummy.
No, I told you, this place is too filled with feminists. It's beyond saving. But at least I'll be able to get out before it reaches critical mass. I'll only come back, years later, when they build a statue to honor me.
Do they do the 10-year later reunion thing here?
How would I know that? Probably. Anyway, I have to start packing now. Take care of yourself, man.
You should have packed a week ago like I did. Not that I had much to pack.
That's not how it goes. You're supposed to do everything at the last minute. Men are better at doing everything at the last minute. The last minute can have more productivity than, like, the entire week before it. It's how we keep shit fair. You'll never understand our manly ways.
You take care of yourself, too.
Bye, bitch.
With a salute, he shoots backwards through the door, slamming it shut behind him hard enough that the entire dorm probably heard it. I've noticed that a lot of people slam doors here. Maybe it's a local thing. Take care of myself. It's the first time I've heard him say it. Usually he ends our conversations with something like, "See ya, I'll pay you back later, man." Well, he was a little annoying sometimes, but I'll miss him. I cross him off my list mentally. The list is very short now, and I once again discard the notion of going through it in any kind of order. Like I said, I never had that intention. So, I go out to look for Shizune and Misha. I can only think of one place they could be. The student council room, of course. Turning the corner, I almost bump into a small group of students. For a second, a bitter feeling flashes through me, since for all I know, that could have been fatal. It's the new student council. There aren't a lot of them, but a lot more than 3. Which is good, since it means there's enough of them that they can each have their own title. It would have been cool if I could have had a little desk plaque with my name and title on it. I don't think they do that now, or ever did, unfortunately. The new student council surrounds me while I'm thinking. If anyone were looking at this from afar, it would be a pretty sinister sight. Maybe they have come to finally get back on me for calling them the new student council all those times. I was just translating for Shizune, but I guess I should have been less lazy and more tactful. I regret nothing. I find myself being thanked for everything I've done. I'm being thanked. This should make me happy, considering how often I would think to myself that being in the student council was a completely thankless job. It does make me happy, but I can't enjoy it fully. I wonder how things would have turned out if our student council had grown as large as the one that's set to replace us. Even though they've only got 2 or 3 other members, it's enough that they have set roles. Not like us, where Shizune seemed to be the president, but that was it. The new council thanking me gives me a strange feeling. It's like coming back home and seeing that a tree you nurtured years before has grown. But I feel like I didn't nurture that tree enough. I wonder what more I could have done. It would likely make Shizune furious that I would feel distant from what I did in the student council this way, or that I'd imply I didn't do enough, but it's true. I was only following her. So, in a way, I also feel like I'm viewing that same tree from far away, as if I'm seeing it from the window of a train as it passes by. I indulge in these thoughts for too long.
When I snap out of it, I realize that I'm still standing there, surrounded by the new student council. I do the only thing I can do, and apologize for zoning out. Then, I thank them back. When they walk away, I enter the student council room, which looks a lot messier, but seems to have gained a computer. It makes sense. I recall hearing one of the clipboard girls talking about her plans to use a computer to make all the boring data entries Shizune does more tolerable. I can't remember which one said it, though. Aoi seems to be the more ambitious one, but then again, Keiko appears more serious. Well, it doesn't matter now. I'm not alone in the room, but instead of finding Shizune here like I expected, it's just Misha. She's sitting on Shizune's desk, like Shizune herself often does, swinging her legs back and forth. When her eyes meet, she hops off and inexplicably poses like a superhero.
Hi, Hachan! I'm surprised to see you here!
What are you doing?
You first!
I was looking for Shizune.
Me too! I thought she would be here, but I got Hachan instead!
Gee, thanks.
Well, this is good! Really, really! I wanted to talk to you anyway.
About what? I take the time to glance around the room a little more. I see a hot plate. They are really living high.
I wanted to say sorry, of course, for all the trouble I made for you and Shichan.
Don't call it trouble.
Right.
Don't apologize to Shizune.
Right. But that isn't why I'm here, Hachan. I wouldn't apologize to Shichan. Since you're here, I want to ask you a question. Hachan, what do you think it would take for Shichan to be happy?
World domination, obviously.
Even though you're joking, Hachan? No, even if she could, it wouldn't make Shichan happy. Only for a little while. Hachan, have you ever heard of artists who tear up their paintings as soon as they finish them? Such people really exist in the world, you know? I remembered it all of a sudden. It's just like Shichan now that I think about it. Whenever Shichan sets up a challenge for herself and completes it, she acts like her skills have no meaning anymore. I wonder, is it because she can't create anything permanent? It's just like those artists and how they want to create a piece of art to leave behind. A really great one, but can't do it. It's really obvious when I look back at it, but I didn't see it before. Now, I'm scared. I wonder if Shichan will ever be happy.
No, I don't think so. Not about her ever being happy. I think you're wrong. Shizune is actually happy more often than I thought. I think it's actually kind of amazing. Usually, people don't think about that kind of stuff until they're middle-aged or dying. Then they think, I want to leave something behind, or I want to be remembered. Like me. Only I skipped ahead a little. My life was short, and seemed even shorter after my heart attack. I didn't think about what I was leaving behind, because I very quickly thought there was almost nothing I was leaving behind. So all that was left was for me to stew in my own bitterness. Shizune already wants to leave her mark somewhere, but she wants to do it by helping people. That's why celebrations are so important to her. She even wants to be a philanthropist. I think it's the best way to live, living on by what you give to others. Even if it's for a selfish reason, that's okay too. Shizune is already happy, because if something goes well, there will always be someone else to see it and remember it. That's what makes her happy. Misha sighs, arms stiff at her sides, hands tapping the air softly.
Before, I still thought, I might be able to make Shizune happy. And I was in a good place to do it before. Since I was her interpreter, I could always be with her. Maybe. And I thought I would do it by becoming like Shichan's shadow. I kept trying, even when she rejected me. It felt like I was stuck and I couldn't do anything but watch Shichan's back getting smaller while she kept going. I was scared,
even though I should have just accepted it. It's hard. Maybe I could have at least understood Shichan. But it looks like I was completely wrong after all. I didn't even know that or think about it. Shichan would call it a complete loss. Okay, I'm done. That's it, Hichan. But since you're the one who knows Shichan best of all, you can't make her cry, or I'll be angry. I'm going to go overseas after this. I even have letters of recommendation, or I don't think I would be able to normally. Maybe I'll study and become a sign language teacher over there. Who knows? That means you have to look after Shichan, okay?
Misha's smile is as honest as ever, but she's obviously changed. The look in her eyes is that of a much more attentive girl. It seems to be true that hardship builds wisdom. It reminds me of the look in Shizune's eyes. I wonder what Shizune might have been through to have become who she is. I can take a guess. Or maybe she was always like that. I want to see her even more, and suggest to Misha that we should look for her together. Of course, it's just a pretext to spend more time with a friend. It's strange how it hasn't been long since we last hung out together, the three of us, in the span of a routine student council day. Yet, it seems like it was long ago. Thinking about the future can put that kind of lens over the past. Speaking of lenses, outside, Yuko is standing around, fiddling with a tiny modern-looking camera in her hands. It would be unnoticeable if it weren't metallic enough to reflect the sunlight. Misha calls out to her.
I thought we were supposed to be looking for Shizune.
Hi! What are you doing?
I'm just taking photos of everyone.
That's obvious! That's obvious!
Awkward. Misha, I'll never forget how you taught me that someone can hold so many secrets and still have a massive lack of tact.
Where's my photo?
You want a copy? I don't know. Well, only if you promise to keep it a secret, or else everyone will want one too.
That happened to me in elementary school, only it was with candy.
Okay, I'll take a photo of you now then.
Wait, I'm not ready. I was just kidding.
Hey, Chan, make a peace sign!
I'm not going to do that.
The camera flash goes off, blinding me. Yuko shields herself behind it, letting out a moan of frustration.
You're not supposed to turn the flash on outdoors.
She starts apologizing unnecessarily and then quietly slips away.
Wait! Chotto mate!
Yes?
Did you see Shichan around here?
Yes, in front of the gate.
Thanks.
I can barely get it out before I have to start following behind Misha. Fortunately, not for very long. The gate is barely a minute's walk from here, even though even that can be tiring for me sometimes.
That is a confusing sentence.
We see Shizune with the student council. They're probably thanking her, too. As soon as she sees us, she shoos them away. Which is very easy since I doubt any of them can understand sign language or use it, so they're not too sad about leaving. Which in turn makes me wonder why they would thank her without someone who can, but it's the thought that counts. Misha immediately hugs Shizune, and then leans against the gate next to her. I, on the other hand, decide to hang back a little and let them talk. After all, Misha wanted to talk to Shizune this whole time. I can wait. I even turn away so I don't eavesdrop on their conversation. I end up losing track of the time. When I look at my watch, it's already been 10 minutes. I wonder if they're done, and turn around to find them behind me. What are you thinking about?
Boring philosophical things that I don't want to talk about. Don't worry, I'm not thinking about it too hard.
Good. Getting philosophical at a time like this would be the worst thing you could do.
Yeah, I just want to stand here for a bit. It's relaxing.
It was a busy week.
Not really. Not for me. I know that they must have been busy. But I think I know what I want to do now, and when it hit me, I didn't feel particularly fired up or anxious. It is the opposite. I feel at peace for the first time in a long time, and I want to savor that feeling a little more. I think that I want to teach here. As soon as I thought this, a long winding road appeared in my mind. An uncertain road that leads back here. I wonder if I'll be able to meet someone in the future like me. Someone filled with bitterness. I want to talk to that person, since I can't talk to myself. I want to tell them that life is too short. Something that couldn't be told to me, only shown. I want to do it without pity. If I had been pitied, I'm sure that I'd have only died a little more. When I think about that first week, I still think about how well it went. So well that it could only be called the result of kindness. I feel like I want to show others the same kindness. And I also want to keep chasing Shizune.
What did the new student council want, Shichan?
It's hard to daydream when you have to deal with Misha's voice. Holy shit, girl, your voice is loud! I didn't know that they had someone who knew sign language.
They don't. I think it was most likely just a goodbye, so I appreciate it, even though I couldn't tell them. How did you know I was here?
Is it supposed to be a secret? Anyway, we just asked Yuko. Did she take a photo of you too?
Yes, without asking me first. Since Yuko doing anything spur of the moment is rare, though, I'll let it go.
She snaps her fingers, more because I think she likes it than out of realization of an idea.
We should take a photo of the three of us. We haven't taken a student council photo yet. Now's the perfect chance. But if I have to look at this picture a year from now, I don't want it staring back at me. What does that mean, Shichan? Pictures are supposed to capture the moment, isn't that right? Without a doubt. They're not portraits. Just standing around would be so stiff. It wouldn't even capture how I feel. I feel like we'll meet again. So this isn't an occasion to take such a serious photo. It should be a see you later type of photo. Not a big deal. It should be something more festive.
Oh boy.
Like this. Follow me.
Shizune poses like a musketeer, so quickly that I'm sure even she knows it's silly. Do we really have to do such a cheesy pose?
I can think of no better pose. Misha, go find Yuko. I don't like this pose either, but I think it's kind of nice.
That doesn't even make sense. She's already gone and returns dragging Yuko behind her. The flash is off. A red LED blinks 3 times above it after Yuko's finger presses the button. Shizune glances at both of us to make sure we have the timing down. Synchronized watches. We jump. Hey!
I bet that turned out excellently. Okay. Now, let's get one with Yuko, too! No, please, I really don't want that.
That's not necessary. I want a copy of this photo, too. I'll likely die younger than the average person. My life could unexpectedly burn out at any time. I don't have any time to waste then. I want to live as much as possible. I also want to see other people smile from what I've made and done. Living vicariously through the happiness of others doesn't seem so bad. Feeling joy through another person's happiness doesn't seem like such a bad thing. It's the easiest way I can think of to draw out my own life and give it distinction. Maybe this is the meaning that Shizune has found for herself. Although it's just my theory. People find themselves alone often in their lives, and without direction. However, people can take refuge in moments of happiness. They can dot a person's life like stops on a train map, or waypoints of memory on a long trail. These individual moments, on reflection, can give a person's life fulfillment, Every friend and festival and joyful meeting and joyful parting. I want to be able to ask Shizune one day if I'm right. I want to spend the time I have with her. Finally, I want to make Shizune smile for herself. I love you. I pause, wondering if she'll look at me, confused, and ask why I'd say it out of the blue. She doesn't. Do they do that reunion thing here?
Of course they do. A student council member should know that!
Sooner than that, though, okay? Both of you.
Right!
Yeah. Yuko, you do the pose too. Afterwards, we can go for tea. Shizune laughs, as if she doesn't have a care in the world. Misha's laughter joining with hers as easily as if it were her own. As if it were her own. We'll meet again. We'll meet again. Oh, yay! It's weird that it didn't end on the CG. Like, it literally did not end on the CG at all. Whereas, like, Hanako's and Emi's did. It just ended, like, with the sprites. Wow. The concept art goes crazy. But yay, we finished it! God, I did not think we were actually going to finish it tonight when I was first thinking about it. Yay! Patch, 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 patch. Whew. It is interesting to think about Shizune's route. In the event of, like... I mean, as I said, it's very slice of life. 60%! Let's go! Wow, look at that shit. Let's see, can I get to the... Trying to avoid, there it is. Guessing one of these is the bad ending. CG, presumably. We still don't have all the, tracks yet. We're just missing one. But yeah, it's interesting to think about Shizune's route. I mean, it's very slice of life, obviously, as you can tell. But I feel like... It's interesting. Because the vibe that I get from the ending of that route is very anime. Like, you know what I mean? It's very, like... Like, imagine... Like, picture any high school anime where there really isn't anything fantastical going on or anything. It's just going through the years of high school, right? And obviously, like, the last episode focuses on the graduation. Because, and it's, because the thing is, right, it's like, in Japan, the reason why a lot of anime / manga kind of takes place in high schools, because I think it's widely believed that over there, like, that the peak of youth, I think, is in high school, which, I mean, granted, they do kind of have something like that here in America as well, where it's like, they say, like, you know, your best years are in your high school, which isn't great if you had a shitty high school life, like somewhat I did. Actually, yeah, that's it. Your prime is in high school, which is really bad. But, like, you know... But it is very, you know, but I do think there is something to be taken from Shizune's route. Like, the idea of, like... I mean, one, you know... keeping your friends in your life. Like,
because obviously with school, you know, it is hard to keep the friends you made in high school into adulthood, you know, mainly because, you know, you have different goals in life, different objectives, and you're obviously not gonna, you know, and for a lot of people, they tend to go to different universities, or you and your friends in high school are going to have different wants in life, different goals, and you're obviously going to be walking down different paths as you traverse through life. You know, and some people can keep their friends, some can't, unfortunately. You know? So I definitely think that, you know, with Shizune, Misha, and Hisao, it's like, well, we can still be together. I don't know. But, you know, there's that. There's also, you know, the idea of, like, you know, having a goal in life to begin with. You know, and having to work towards it. And, you know, and then, of course, like, and the one thing that I did see being brought up was leaving behind a legacy. Which is something that, like, I have been thinking about on and off for, like, a while, is... You know, it's because I do also want to do something that, you know, where it's like, you know, from years onward, people can look back and be like, oh my God, like, this touched me, you know, like, your performance touched me so well, or touched me, you know what I mean, like, touched me very much. God, this is sounding bad, but you know what I mean, you know, like, a legacy to leave behind. Which, but I mean, overall, I think Shizune's route is definitely, like, while it's definitely not my cup of tea, I can understand why the fans of the route like it. I can definitely understand why people liked it. You know? And honestly, I think it picked up at the end. Because, I mean, because... I do want to bring this up because I feel like I complained a lot about Shizune's route during the last two streams, mainly due to how long it felt like it was taking. Here's the thing, as I said before in the beginning of the last stream, you know, obviously this isn't, like, Shizune's route is definitely just not my preference. And Shizune is the kind of girl that I don't want to, because of her competitiveness and general personality. Again, not saying that makes her a bad character or anything. It's just not my preference. I don't fuck with that, right? You know, but I will say this, I definitely feel like the route definitely dragged on in certain places. You know, like, I think it was mainly in Acts 2 and most of 3. You know? You know, because, I mean, I genuinely think it was towards the end of Act 3 that, like, the story began to, like, pick up. And I was just, like, I was genuinely invested at that point. And, I think a lot of that was just because, like, oh my God, we're actually getting, like... You know, we're getting into the thick of it with Shizune and Misha, right? But I definitely think, like, a lot of the scenes before that, I think they just dragged on a lot. And I don't know. I think a lot of it was just because it's, like, again, it's very slice of life, and it's, like, coming from, and coming from Hanako and Emi's routes, where it's like, where it's like, they get into the crux of the issue a lot more quickly, and of course, like, letting you, the player, figure out what the issue is, I'll say, piece by piece, that definitely helps. Whereas with Shizune's route, it's like, Act 2 and most of Act 3, as I said, like, it really is just kind of like, slice of life anime stuff. Which, again, I'm not saying is a bad thing, but I definitely think it's a little bit more suited for an anime / manga than it is for a visual novel. It also doesn't, I think if anything too, it also kind of doesn't help in that, like, the romance between Hisao and Shizune, it's very subdued, I guess is a good way of putting it. Like, it's very subtle. I mean, because obviously the romance between Hisao and Hanako, I mean, keep in mind, they don't even get to, like, romantic or sexual notions until Act 4. Right? Yeah, like Act 4. But even then, like, you could tell that there were moments where the two of them clearly were liking each other. And obviously, Hisao and Emi, like, the romance started a lot quicker, and you got to see more of their relationship. At least through the cute moments they had. Actually, I think it was towards the end of Act 2 with Emi, right? Yeah. This. But yeah, I mean, with Hisao and Shizune, it's a lot more subtle, where it's, again, like, they don't really, they don't really act super romantic. I mean, part of it is because, like, again, you don't get, again, Shizune is like Emi, where it's like, you don't, where it's like, y'all don't begin going out until Act 3. But I think even that, I don't know. And granted, I don't necessarily mind, like, more slower romances and subtle romances, but I don't know. I guess, like, the thing that I guess the thing is with Shizune and Hisao is that, like, you don't really see them doing a lot of romantic stuff, I mean, obviously they had the date and there's the sex scenes, but, like, again, there's not much there in regards to, romance and all that. Which is weird considering in a visual novel where it is centered around romance. Like, it's a genre. I don't know. But yeah, I don't think Shizune's route is bad. And again, and again, like, it picked up towards the end. I was actually really invested and all that. But I definitely would say it's probably still my least favorite, just because, like, it gets so long to this part. But, yeah. That's it for Katawa Shoujo, at least for now. I will say, though, that last sex scene with Shizune, that was a lot. Like, holy shit, that was a lot. Like, you could tell, like, it's not even so much that I was uncomfortable with it, it was just like, holy fuck, there's a lot more details in this than I'd expected. Because I feel like with Hanako and Emi's routes, it wasn't that, like, I don't know, it was definitely different. It definitely felt different. As opposed to, like, literally all the other ones. I mean, God, I had to see a lot of explicit stuff. I had to see some shit. And as I said, and as I was saying, I heard that Shizune was considered, like, Miss Fan Service. She definitely lived up to that title. Holy shit. Like, I know y'all got, like, a quick peek at those CGs that played when I went to the gallery, but I mean, oh my god, it was a lot. It was a fucking lot. And my computer is starting to die on me. Man, it feels weird. I will say, it feels weird to have a Katawa Shoujo stream with a route ending and having it be this long. Because I know that the Hanako route was like an hour and 40 minutes long, and I think the Emi route, and I should express the ending, I think the Emi route was like a little over, like, it wasn't that long, I remember as well. I will say, I am really glad, though, that I finished this route tonight. I didn't think that, like... I mean, especially we finished it, or, like, early, you know? It's like, yay! But, yeah. Oh, gosh. And obviously, as I said beforehand, the next girl that's gonna be coming up is Rin. And... Rin's route is probably another doozy? I say doozy, but like, it's definitely it is another route where, I mean, it's not as bad, it's not like Shizune's at all, but it can be like, oh gosh, you know? And you'll see what I mean when we get to hers, but I'm trying to remember like how many sex scenes are in her route, because I know of 2 at the very least. You know, but obviously we're gonna be, yeah, and as I said before, we're gonna be doing Rin's route at the end of the year. Hopefully, if nothing happens this year to make me have to postpone it. But yeah. Oh boy. But I do remember the ending of Rin's route being very, it's a thing. I'm not saying that as if it's a bad thing. It's just like, I don't know how to describe it. Other than like, man, this makes me feel things, right? And then of course we got Lily's route last, which I can't wait to get to, because honestly, I think like, I mean, I think I said before that, like, hers and Emi's routes are definitely, like, my favorites. And I think a lot of it is just because, like, you know, they're both, like, the kinds of girls that, like, where the routes are very, you know, I guess the good way to put it is that the romance is not bad, you know? Not that the Hanako romance was bad at all, it's just, like, you know, it's just like, I mean, Hanako's is more of a slow burn, which I appreciate, whereas Emi's and Lily's are a little bit quicker for my tastes. Anyway, I do need to see, because obviously, as I said before, the next thing that I'm going to be doing is the Pokemon tier list stream. So, let me see. Okay, so, looking at the calendar here, hopefully barring anything unfortunate happening, my next stream will be on the 13th of April, where we're going to be diving back into the Pokemon tier list streams, and this time we're going to be playing. We're going to be starting with Hoenn, because obviously we did Johto and Kanto last time. Now, I would love to say that I'm probably going to try my best to shorten those streams a little bit, because I don't know how the fuck I managed to do both Kanto and Johto, you know, tier list streams into 2 separate streams for the regions, and then having them both take up, in total, 13 hours. But, you know, but regardless, like, I would love to say that I will probably shorten it, but, you know, y'all know me. I like to talk. I like to ramble. I like to yap, as they call it, as they say. So, I'm probably gonna like, it's probably gonna be, you know, it's probably gonna take a while. It's probably gonna take a while. But yeah, we're gonna be starting off with Hoenn for next month, and that's gonna be an interesting gen, because I don't know, it's hard to explain, like, because it's like I can because there's not a lot of Pokemon from Hoenn I would honestly say I would like to have. It's not like Kanto, it's like, I don't know, we'll see. You know, but obviously y'all know that, like, when it comes to certain Pokemon like Gardevoir, Milotic, Metagross, you know, or at the very least Gardevoir, you know, like, again, I said Gardevoir is probably, like, my second favorite Pokemon outside of Pikachu. But, I don't know, we'll see. I mean, I already know for a damn fact that, like, oh man, Gardevoir, Metagross, Milotic. I'm trying to think of others. Actually, you know what's funny too? I think Hoenn is, like, the only generation of Pokemon where I don't have any strong feelings towards any of the starters. Which I know is blasphemy, because I know people are going to be like, well, what about Mudkip? What about Torchic? What about Trico? Here's the it's like, listen, y'all got valid feelings, I get it. But I don't feel any kind of way towards any of them, which is strange, because it's like, at the very least, I can say stuff about Bulbasaur and Charmander, and Chikorita and Cyndaquil. But it's like, I don't know anything. And it's really funny going from that, and then you get to Sinnoh eventually in May, where it's like, I have strong feelings towards all the starters. It's like the two ends of the spectrum. But it's really funny, considering that Sinnoh was probably my least favorite region. Which I know people are gonna be like, are also gonna take that as blasphemy. Hell, I mean, but then again, I think a good portion of the Pokemon fandom would hate me because, God forbid, I don't like Kanto. Or at the very least, I think Kanto is overrated, much like how I find Sinnoh overrated. But anyway, so yeah. April 13th will be part 1 of the Hoenn Dex tier list. And it's going to be at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, as always. And hopefully the date is not going to change. It'll just depend on how things go. So yeah, in 2 weeks. Yay! But yeah, I had a lot of fun tonight. And I honestly feel like, I mean, at the very least, I feel like my reading was on point. Anyway, I don't think there's much else for me to say, so I'm going to start wrapping things up. So, thank you to everybody that joined. I hope you all have fun. I forgot the other part of my outro. You know, I should have it written down at some point. I hope you all had fun, and I hope to see you all again next time on April 13th for the first part of the Hoenn Dex tier list. Until then, have a good night, a good couple weeks. Stay safe out there because it's a lot. And I'll see you all next time. Good night, everybody.